Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. We're live. JLR Investigates. How's everyone doing? P. Diddy Combs. Day 21. Late start. Whoa, a lot of people in the chat. Holy smokes. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for stopping by and come on in. Come on in. Yes. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial, as some of you might or maybe might not know, because you're probably wondering, where is JLR? What's going on with the trial this morning? How come it didn't start at 8:15? Well, folks, we are at a late start today, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Hey, look, his lead attorney already coming in. Mark, there he is. We always come on right about the right time. Right about the right time. Right about an hour before they start, the attorneys start piling in. I'm shocked that he has not already been there. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you're at. It just crossed the 12 o'clock hour here in Florida. Where's everyone from? Drop where you're from. Show the world where you're watching from. Let's let the world know how many people from around the world are watching the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. Jane Doe coming back on the stand, getting crossed by Shapiro. I know a lot is going to be revealed, a lot more. I can't wait to listen. Here's a look outside the courthouse. Looks like it's a sunny day today in New York, right? Yesterday it was pretty rainy and gloomy. The day before it was foggy, and now we're here. So we're going to see what's up. As you know, we are covering this case extensively. We've been here every day throughout the trial, listening to the twists and turns and everybody that has been testifying. The 28 people that have been testifying in this trial. And here we are. Is it cloudy out? It looks kind of sunny out there. Let me look at the New York weather. Oh my goodness, it is so hot here in Florida and humid. It's 82. It's going up to 84 today. Sunshine, low humidity, 33% humidity, 5 mile per hour winds. It's going to get hot tomorrow. It's going to even be hotter. It's getting hot in here. 89 tomorrow out there. Whoa, stay hydrated, my friends. If you're out there, wherever you're at, we are pretty much almost in summer. Yeah, up in the Northeast, it goes hot, then it goes cold. But the crazy thing is that the temperatures in New York swing back and forth. It's going back in the 70s and the 60s next week. I don't know why we started out late today, but I'm assuming it's a scheduling issue. You know, the judge has to hear other cases. You know, the judge can't just drop every other case that the judge is dealing with this particular one only. There's other defendants. Each judge gets assigned a certain amount of defendants. I think they do it this way for scheduling, and I believe that the judge probably is in there this morning handling other motions and sentencing and hearings in regards to other defendants the judge handles. So normally in federal trials that last a significant time like this, throughout a long trial, they'll pick a day or two or three where they start later than normal. They did that before, I believe last week or the week before, where we had a later start, 11 a.m. start. This is 1. But we're going to 5. It's 1 to 5. Different schedule. 1 to 5. But here we are. And we'll see what's happening as we listen in real time. Powerful testimony of Jane Doe being crossed by Miss Garagos. Garagos is crossing her. I see a lot of people starting to comment. JLR, thank you for all the news you bring to us. Thank you, Geraldine. And Chaos Forever. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. Hello, everyone. Y'all got the baby oil and Clorox ready for today's trial. Clorox. We're cleaning up the mess with Clorox. Yeah, crazy stuff. I think yesterday's right here. This was the funniest thing. I mean, yesterday I think we had a little chuckle here. You know, we don't want to make light of any situation, but sometimes in darkness there's light and humor. And this one was shocking the core. Matter of fact, I went back to when we were talking about when this broke out. Diddy was trying to be like Michael Jordan in the freak offs. He wanted to role play as Michael Jordan. We chuckled, we laughed. I've never seen me laugh so hard in a long, long time. I clipped it. I posted it on my Twitter account at JLR Investigates because I thought it was shocking to the core. And it still is. I'm just like, whoa, what other celebrity's going to make their debut next? We shall see. We shall see. So there's things out, right? There's things out. There's things that have been coming out in the last 24 hours. One thing that sticks out is a news report that's saying that when Diddy dresses for trial, you know, he's been coming in mostly in these like sweaters. We've been talking about, we described. Now, there was a day a couple of days ago, he actually came with a long sleeve, like white shirt, wasn't a sweater. But the media is saying that there's a report coming out saying it's a nerd strategy. He wants a nerd strategy. And it might be effective to make him look like he's a nerd, like a nerd on trial. So we'll kind of like read that and what's going on. We got probably about 50 minutes before the party gets started. I do think they'll hit the bench at 12:30 before the jury comes in and iron out things. Iron out some housekeeping orders. Maybe some objections. Maybe some motions for mistrial or perjury. We don't know what's going to happen. You never know before the jury comes in. Diddy and the nerd defense strategy. Diddy has been sporting a much different look during his trial that he did when he was a free man, sparking speculation that he could be trying the nerd defense. His hair and goatee are all white, as the mogul no longer has access to Just for Men hair dye that was found in his Miami mansion. No Just for Men. He has also been pairing black framed glasses with a white collared shirt under a neutral tone sweater. The nerd defense is based on the idea that dressing defendants in glasses has a subliminal effect on the jury, which will see the accused as someone less likely to engage in criminal activity. So he wants to go with the nerd defense. That's some speculation on why he's dressed the way he is. Why isn't he going in there cocky with his sunglasses and his, $1 million suits, flashy suits, flashy life? Why doesn't he do that? Well, he's just going in looking like maybe an older version of Steve Urkel. An older, like, maybe Bill Cosby, nerdy type, everyday, likable guy that is not capable of doing this. It's a strategy. Yeah, it does have a Bill Cosby look. But that's worth noting because we discussed that too. So it's cool that some of the media outlets elaborate on some of our thoughts, because I'm sure that ran through a lot of your heads. It ran through mine on why he's dressed like that. The term was coined by Harvey Slovis, who represented Diddy during his 1999 trial for gun possession. Crazy. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. KK, name mentioned again. New article out on KK. KK, former chief of staff Deshaun Combs, takes center stage in the trial testimony. There he is. There he is. And KK's being talked about. The Sean Diddy Combs trial is shedding new light on the people who work closely to him. While we're discussing KK, it looks like someone is arriving. Quite possible this is Westmoreland. I think this is his I think this is Nicole Westmoreland. Doesn't look like it is his mom. Who's coming in? Who's coming in?
Back up.
Oh, it is Janice.
Watch yourself.
Janice Combs. Janice is in the house. Another outfit. Every day, Janice Combs. Where is the gentleman that normally escorts her in? Mr. Lucci. Where's Mr. Lucci at? And she's on time.
Who are you? You gotta tell us. Come back and chat with us.
That's crazy. There she comes. Janice coming in with a big briefcase. Mama Combs. Janice Combs. Some people think she has a bigger role in this situation. The stakes are high, where Janice could be adversely affected by this entire trial. That's why she's been there. Not necessarily to support Diddy, though she's there to support Diddy. A mom would do that, but some people like, yo, why would a defendant subject their mom to be on this, watch this and listen to some of the most egregious, sexual, disgusting stuff? You wouldn't want your mom to hear this. But others say she has a vested interest in this case, meaning if Diddy goes down, Mama Combs financially could go down too. And Mama Combs could lose it all, possibly, or everything that Diddy gave her when the government seeks forfeiture. We were discussing KK a minute ago before Mom came in. There's a big article out just talking about KK and KK possibly being a star witness in this case that might testify down the line after Jane. Will she? Will KK testify? We shall see. Starting to get all the feeds up, trying to get the information out there, what's being put out there. But yeah, going back to KK a minute, because this article just came out today, this morning. Among the closest people to Combs is KK, Christina Corem, the former chief of staff of Diddy, who last week prosecutors referred to her as an agent and co-conspirator of Combs. KK has been a prominent name in the sex trafficking and RICO trial, this man here. Mentioned in testimony by multiple witnesses for the prosecution, has emerged as someone who knew Combs well and allegedly assisted in crimes. KK's attorney, according to this news report, has declined to comment on whether she will testify. The attorney saying no comment. as CNN reached out to the attorney for KK. So two people in these reports are saying CNN attorney actually said no comment, and another media outlet reached out and they didn't respond. So the question is, a lot of times when you hear the word no comment, yeah, that's a pretty sign that something is true. And is KK going to testify? No comment, according to her attorney. Well, to me, it's like she's going to testify, because the attorney would flat out dispel that rumor very quickly and say, no, she don't plan to testify. That's fake news or something. So it looks like there is some merit to this. KK is a key to this, and I think that is Diddy's death wish. I mean, if KK's on the stand as her inner working person, it's over. But I keep saying it's over anyway. It's over, it's over, it's over. We shall see. Good afternoon, everyone. We thank you for keeping tuned and piling in of what's going on. Now, Washington Post just put out a report a couple minutes ago, and they say that Combs was seen in court reading a small orange book, raising plenty of curiosity about the title. And it was a book. He had a book on the defense table yesterday. And they're saying, the media is saying it was titled The Magic of Believing by Claude Bristol. And it's a book published in 1948 to help soldiers returning from World War II process their trauma. The book describes itself as exploring the secrets behind harnessing the unlimited energies of subconsciousness. So that is interesting. He had this book yesterday. He brought an orange book. I want to see Diddy's black book. You know what a black book is. He's reading an orange book, The Magic of Believing. And it's describing how World War II soldiers process their trauma. Who does Diddy think he is? A victim? Does he think that he's a World War II soldier and he's going through war? We got a clip we want to play here of Diddy and his mom, Janice. Speaking of Janice, who's sitting behind him. Janice. A lot of people talking about this clip. So I'll get it out on here shortly. The clip of Diddy's mom. And Diddy.
Yeah, my mom's gorgeous. Well, let me introduce you to my mom, called Mom Dukes.
Hi.
She's getting a drip with me. She's hydrating. What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby. Happy with you.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too.
Whoa, she's getting a drip. IV drip. Whoa.
Yeah, my mom's gorgeous. Well, let me introduce you to my mom, called Mom Dukes.
Hi.
She's getting a drip with me. She's hydrating. What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby. Happy with you.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too.
Oh, I have a lot to talk about that. What do you think's going on there? IV drip. People are saying drugs. What's going on here? Is mama like part of this entire Rico enterprise? What this doesn't look like normal mom-son type relationship, does it? It feels like there's a lot more to this. Can anyone explain this. They're getting drips together. And we're going to keep it right here because I want you to share what you think based off what you just listened to. I think he was listening to a Diddy song in the background as it was. IV drips. Where have we heard IV drips during the trial? Yeah. I believe Cassie brought that up at one point. IV drips. Stuff to because get you to recuperate after days of wild and craziness. You need some IV drips to hydrate. Yeah. I don't know. This is pretty crazy here. I'm going to read this article that's out. It says Diddy's very sexual new power move after son creepy kissing video highlighted his sexualized childhood. It's pretty crazy. But what it is, you know, it goes all the way back to the childhood of Diddy. And some of these people have filed some lawsuits, civil lawsuits. And it shares stuff that was going on inside Janice Combs' apartment way back, years back. If it were any other mother and son, the kiss that Sean Diddy Combs planted on the lips of Janice Combs in a video 3 years ago would have been a little odd, but largely unremarkable. But the disgraced music mogul and the woman who raised him single-handed and who is now allegedly running his empire as he fights racketeering, prostitution, and sex trafficking charges, which he denies, are most certainly not any other mother and son. Now, this article goes on to say that Janice Combs is running the enterprise. Bad boy enterprise. Mom is running the show while he's on trial. So, yeah, she has an extreme vested interest in this whole deal. But it goes deeper than deep, it seems like, right? How deep do we go here? Oh, look at him. Garagos. Back watching his daughter cross Jane Doe. Garagos don't got nothing to say. You know, well, how come Garagos ain't talking like he normally does outside these courthouses when he makes his appearance? You know, with the Menendez brothers a few about a month back, a few weeks back. He's all out there in front of the cameras talking about the district attorney and this, that, and the other. Why isn't he speaking here? Well, I think there's a reason. The judge scolded him when he first came on as a team consultant, lawyer consultant. Garagos there, who defended Scott Peterson. You remember the Scott Peterson case, Lacey Peterson? That was a big, big case. And the little baby with Connor. Garagos was on a podcast when he jumped on to the Diddy case here with Harvey Levin of TMZ, talking crap about the prosecution in this case, calling them a six-pack of white women. Maybe he don't want to shoot himself in the foot, so he don't have no comment to say anything. He don't want to get himself in trouble because the judge is like, I'll be watching you. Every move you make, I'll be watching you. Judge telling him in a Diddy beat, I'll be watching you. I'll be missing you. I'll be watching. Judge said, I'll be watching you on social media. You got yourself a new subscriber, Garagos. Yeah, so he came in. Garagos is in the house. I just saw Lucci with him. Lucci's out there. Lucci, Finney, the family friend. So people are starting to pile in to the courthouse for, I expect bombshell additional testimony of what's going on. But I want to take you back to Diddy's mom, Janice. That video that we watched. Magnolia, if you could throw the photo back up, please, of Janice and Diddy. So we could add some more what the media is saying about
Yeah, my mom's gorgeous.
Look what that. What is he smoking? A vape? He's smoking something. That looks like an intimate kiss, man. It doesn't look like, hey, I love you, mom. This looks like, mom is like, yeah, I don't want to get into like, knowing Diddy and what his role playing and the freak offs, nothing would surprise me. I'm not saying that anything is like sexual here. It's just, I just have this bad, creepy vibe here by looking at this. He's vaping and he's on drugs. They talking about IV dripping, which IV is used with the enterprises to recuperate after days of freak offs and wild stuff. It's creepy, man. Yeah, my mom is gorgeous, the 55-year-old said. My mom is gorgeous. Right? Now here it says earlier this year, a new TV documentary of Diddy, The Making of a Bad Boy, featured a revealing interview with hip-hop producer Tim Patterson, a longtime childhood friend of Combs. According to Patterson, who spent a lot of time with the Combs family after moving into their basement, Janice would regularly throw wild parties at their home in Mount Vernon, a suburb of New York. And it was not uncommon to walk into a room and stumble on adults having sex. Janice, this is coming from Tim Patterson. See, there's people that have seen things and they're coming out and speaking. She indulged in her Gucci watch-wearing young son, said his friend. On the weekend, Janice Combs partied in the house. And we did that a lot, according to Patterson. Sean Combs was around all types of alcohol. He was around reefer smoking, drug addicts around, lesbians around, homosexuals around. He was around pimps, pushers, players. That was just who was in the house. People that attended the parties were from Harlem, the bad streets of Harlem. So, yeah. Mom, Combs, parties, according to this Patterson, something's not sitting right here. So that could explain, ladies and gentlemen, why Janice is continuing to come to this trial despite the most egregious, crazy things that no mother would want to hear, no normal mother would want to hear. Magnolia put it right there. Janice is OG Diddy. OG Diddy. They're in thick. They're in too deep. What do you think? Yes or no? It is wild, but that, it's being talked about. Janice taught him everything he knows. Yeah, my mom is gorgeous, the 55-year-old Combs, slurring his words when he said in a 22 video that he recently surfaced online, everything's good, baby. I'm here with you. I love you. She's 85 years old. Smiling back at him, I love you too. Combs assures her before puckering his lips for an unsettling kiss. Since he went on trial May 12th, so we've been a month now, right? We've been a month. May 12th. Today's the 11th of June. Combs' mother, who has claimed he is a victim of a public lynching. He's a victim. He didn't do nothing. This is a public lynching. Has been a frequent presence in the courtroom. One that has been hard to miss, giving her revolving wardrobe of flamboyant wigs and outfits. She appears to be taking the proceedings in her stride. Courtroom sketch artist Christine Cornell sits behind her, and she gives the artist a thumbs up before the artist starts sketching her. So she knows what she's doing. She's striking a pose. There's nothing to it. Vogue. Janice Combs. Janice Combs. So that's a little insight about just a scratch of the surface. We really don't know what in the heck Combs and his mom is up to. But they're saying that she is running the empire while he's on trial for RICO. Is my voice coming back? My voice feels much better than yesterday. Come on in, folks. Come on in. So Diddy's reading an orange book. Mom attends the trial. Sons came yesterday. Will they return? Sons have been, I would say, inconsistent when it comes to attending the trial. The Sons appear to be all there one day, and then the next day maybe one shows up, and then one day nobody shows up, and then one person. You know, they have a lot too at stake, the Sons. It's been said that Diddy has bought his sons a lot, including the roof over their heads. And if Bad Boy Enterprises crumbles or gets forfeited, seizured by the government, and falls before our eyes, the whole Combs clan of children and mother could all fall apart. I'll even go out on the limb and say, is it possible down the line, or if now, that anybody within his family could be a co-conspirator? Seriously. I say this because we did hear testimony by Jane Doe, who had said at the time, the Cassie video, the brutal assault that Diddy did on Cassie in 216 at the Intercontinental Hotel while he was in his towel and kicking her violently and throwing vase and acting a fool. When that tape got out, the whole entire Combs clan was in panic mode, and they wanted to do damage control, and they all met, including the Sons, to try to concoct an apology for the public to hear. That's what Jane Doe testified. So he's bringing his own sons, his sons into this mix. You know? What type of work, if at all, beyond that, has the Sons done for Diddy? Maybe not, though. But you would think a man that's worth hundreds of millions has his inner circle. Maybe his sons and his mom are in on some stuff, or know some stuff, or benefited from stuff, or maybe even did some stuff at the direction of Diddy. Maybe, maybe not. We can't say that as a statement of fact. But it makes you wonder. It does make you wonder. They were there for the apology. They were there. KK was there. Boys were there. I'm not sure if the daughters were there. His adult children, by the way. Adult. I know we like to say children. They're just children. They're adults. Some of them are probably older than some of you in the chat. So we'll see down the line what else gets revealed with this case. Oh, who's coming in? What's going on? Who's this? Who's this? Never seen this guy before. Anyone recognize that man's face? All right, so yeah, we're about to get this party started. And hopefully the great inner city press is back in the court today. Appears there was some issue yesterday around that time when Jane Doe was firing back at the prosecutor when the prosecutor said her son. I got to sneeze. Whoa. Apparently Jane fired back and said, please say to my child. And we were getting good feed work from the inner city press, and he just vanished. And apparently something happened where his name got dropped by the prosecutor for revealing some information about Mia when Mia was testifying. Remember, they were trying to go after people that were trying to reveal the identity of Mia. And the inner city press apparently might have got taken out of the courtroom, it seems, yesterday afternoon. And they were getting on him about posting possibly stuff online on Twitter about Mia. So hopefully he's back. I hope he's not kicked out, because I really enjoy his work. And it helps us tremendously in relaying the information. There's other journals in there. We found more. But it's good to have many eyes in there that can get that out there. But, I mean, one thing about these cases, and one thing he been responding is, you know, when you got these federal trials where judges hand out sentences like 30, 40, 50 years, 20 years, but no cameras in the courtroom, there is a sense of secrecy about what goes on in a federal courtroom. It's a whole different animal than state court. Things are done a lot differently in federal court. And, you know, I do think it's important for the press to be in there and not be limited and threatened that they can't report what's being said in a public courtroom. And that's kind of what he's been saying, things on Twitter, like the press is getting threatened, particularly when they're not, when the press is trying to report what's going on in a public courtroom and they're trying to conceal documents, shield documents, trying their best to shield things, and they're only reporting on mistakes that have been made. For instance, Garagos is the one that said, your boy, and she referred child, and then when they got the court transcript at the end of the day, that was all blacked out. But they're trying to go after people that said boy because it's revealing stuff on Jane Doe. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. So hopefully he's back in there. But there is other media outlets that have been reporting a great job on this. We rely on lots of them. NBC, Washington Post, The Independent, CNN. So we'll see what happens today. A report just out 20 minutes ago by NBC, kind of sharing what the strategy is right now with the defense when they're crossing Jane Doe. The defense all but conceded that Combs regularly abused girlfriends and those around him, but also highlighted the seemingly unfathomable affection the former partners had for him despite the violence he inflicted. They're trying to show another side of Combs. In between revealing details of Combs' terrible mistreatment of her, Jane also said she enjoyed giving him foot rubs, cuddling with him, watching Dateline, and accepting the nickname that Diddy gave her, Crack Pipe. The government in closing arguments will surely lean on earlier testimony by Dawn Hughes to make sense of the wild ups and downs that Combs' girlfriends endured. When there's highs, there's highs. But when there's lows, there's lows. And that is the different moods of Sean P. Diddy Combs. And you don't want to get on his bad side, or you have to do everything on his good side, because when he gets that bad side, oh, he becomes violent. Restored Faith. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted membership. Restored Faith back in the house, our friend. 5 people, members, courtesy of Restored Faith. Welcome aboard. We are an ever-growing family watching the trial of Diddy Combs in real time. Real time. I am so passionate about this case that I sometimes scream at the screen. I got to chill out. My voice is catching up to me. I'm healing now. Diddy aggravates me so much listening to this. It's crazy. It's so crazy and sick what he subjected these people to do. Put all these certain victims, each one he had a role with. Each one he treated a certain different way. But it was degrading, humiliating, and criminal. He pimped out these people, including Jane Doe. And Jane Doe, a lot of people have mixed opinions about Jane Doe, including me. We'll see her describe more crimes, or we'll see what the defense, we'll see her counter the defense, which I feel like she has been doing a little bit, throwing shade back at Garagos. We'll see what's being said, and if the defense can stump her in any way, shape, or form today. Jen Just Law does live tweets from the court. Yeah, that's another one too that we're aware of. And there's a few others that put the information out there. We have a bunch of feeds, and some people are doing the same thing that we're doing, is we're getting pieces and then we put it together. JLR, Jane Doe can't be you. This guy is giving Rocky Horror vibes. He wants to have the nerdy look, like he's a nerd. The apple doesn't fall from the tree with Diddy's mom. Fall far from the tree with Diddy's mom and Diddy. The apple's in the tree. The Combs family tree. Could Janice Combs be the head of the snake? Yes, the transcripts were changed yesterday. The transcripts were changed. Different things were edited out. We discussed that a little bit. If you know what else was changed, please share in the chat. I'd like to know more. Feds. You know, you get in the web of the feds. They play dirty too. If you're guilty, they play dirty. How about that? Right? Come on in. Janice is what, 85, 80, 86, 85. She's not on trial. As a mom, I would be there for my son. But this trial is rough. Cali Chaos says she's not on trial. Cali Chaos says as much, she's not on trial. And she's not. She's not. And it's rough for any mom to listen. If she's generally not involved with the Combs, criminal acts, and I haven't seen any evidence of that, we're just speculating and just kind of sharing our thoughts and think some of the relationship is weird and strange. Though she is running Bad Boy. That's what media is putting out. That she's running Bad Boy right now. I mean, but I don't know. The prosecution's kind of saying that Bad Boy is the RICO. Bad Boy Enterprises. You have a figurehead. Diddy, Bad Boy Enterprises. So the mom's running the show. I mean, I don't know. Could she be in trouble down the line? Could she get sued down the line? Has she been sued? Does anyone know if the mom's been sued? Out of the 60-something lawsuits that have been filed against Diddy, there's been so many. Has the mom, the mom's been mentioned in a lot of lawsuits, but has she actually been sued? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. We need KK to turn. Imagine his ego if he walks. I don't think he's walking, folks. Thank you, Chef. Chef. Thank you. Your voice sounds a little bit better. A little bit better. We're doing better. We're doing much better. And I control my emotions. Very passionate. Very passionate when it comes to this stuff. So we're just kind of chit-chatting a little bit before we get this party started. We got about supposedly a 1 p.m. Eastern start. Little late, and we will be here throughout the afternoon. I don't see Inner City Press making any posts, so we'll see. Media outlets probably getting all their reporters ready. Everyone is getting their phones and tweets out. Overflow Rome, apparently they are letting journalists in there tweet, but not all. You might have to be credentialed media or certain media in their eyes, even though I think anyone can be media with a camera. Nancy Grace had a reporter who was in the court yesterday and said she was responding the facial expressions from the jurors after pictures in the videos and was pure disgust, even from the men jurors. Yes, we would love to know what the jurors are thinking. I heard one time where NBC reported that one of the jurors was looking at Bana a little bit funny at Bana's testimony. Like she didn't believe Bana's story. And some speculate that could be one juror that could be helping Diddy. That one juror. Diddy needs that one juror. Just one. Just give me that one juror so I don't get convicted. That one holdout. A lot of speculation out there about juror number 6, past and present. Seems like this juror number 6, people have issues with. We'll see what comes out of that down the line, or was that the past tense about the previous juror 6? I keep hearing juror 6, juror 6. So we'll learn more about that soon. Come on in. Good afternoon. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get started here very, very shortly. I'm sure everyone is lining up, and we'll go from there. Hopefully everyone is hydrated. Hopefully everyone is hydrated today. Stay hydrated. It's hot out there. Stay hydrated while we listen to testimony. While we listen to the testimony here. Diddy's, there's a lot of articles. There's a lot of things that are flying out in the last day about Sean P. Diddy Combs, the nerd defense. Says Jane still loves Diddy, she told the jury Tuesday. Jane described testimony like she received $150K from Diddy. House, teeth, furniture, bags, which Garagos is honing in on, the bags, yeah. She received a lot. And that's one of the things I think that they're going to hone in on more about gifts that Jane has received in the course of this 3.5-year relationship. On top of the defense saying that she is a consenting adult. She wanted this. She was with it. She initiated contact with some of these people. Escorts like the Sly Man. Inner City Press looks like he's back. So that's good. Okay, now back. USA versus Sean Combs, day 21. Jane still on cross-examination. Anonymity demanded. Notwithstanding, questions asked. Yo, we're back. Awesome. Awesome. So here we are. Let's get this party started, shall we? I'm cool, though, with covering, last night, late night for us. We were on the West Coast covering craziness on the West Coast. So I got to sleep in today. I don't know what y'all get up in the morning, but I actually got up about 9 a.m. Very rare. Usually I'm up much earlier, but much needed rest, recuperation, quality time with my family, my pets. This case is very draining. But when we're not listening here, I think deeply here about what's going on, and I try to understand and try to put all these pieces together. We should write a book when we're done, based off the trial. There was some, some of that trial transcript stuff gets out. We'll review that over time. Because at the end of the day, apparently they release trial transcripts, right? All right, Judge back on the bench. Judge back on the bench. What do we got here? Who's moving? Oh. Okay, so here's the talk. Judge, anything to discuss before the jury comes in? Does the defense want to respond to the government on the juror issue? Combs' Shapiro. This is a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. Oh. AOSA, we looked at the record and found a lack of candor. Judge said, we'll deal with it before the weekend. What's going on with this black juror? They're saying this is a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. So apparently, prosecution's trying to get rid of a juror, like discussed the rumor yesterday. Is that juror 6 that everyone is talking about? Another juror 6? Juror 6. Judge said, we'll deal with it before the weekend. Are the jurors ready? No. Okay, we'll take 10 minutes. Whoa. Okay, so let's talk, folks. There is a juror issue. Prosecution wants a juror off. Is that the one that Diddy has been making eye contact with? Staring inside the courtroom, right? What's going on with this juror? Juror 6 status is being discussed due to concerns about being impartial. The defense is arguing to keep the juror while prosecutors want more time to investigate potential issues. Erica, thanks for giving us more clarification about the juror. One juror. About being impartial. Maybe one juror that Diddy had reached this juror's soul. Eye contact between Diddy and the juror. That's what was the rumors and the talk. Prosecution's going to come up with something then, right? And write a motion to kick the juror off. And the defense is saying it's a black juror. And, racism maybe they're going that route. Prejudice towards their client, Diddy. But we'll have to see what the prosecutor's claiming actually happened. So we'll get more details on that. Judge can always say no, though. No, this juror stays. But we have to read the motion. So, but there is something brewing. There's something brewing. So when we get more information about what is being revealed here, of what the allegations are between this juror that the prosecution's claiming, then we will, share. But it's why they have alternatives, right? Replace one, bring in another. People in the chat are saying, some are saying, keep the juror on. It's racism. Kick the juror off. Is it a male or female juror? Isn't this jury made up of 8 non-white jurors? That's what I've been reading. I'm trying to go back to the jury makeup. Right? Female. People are saying female. I heard it's a female. Female. So, grounds for appeal? Grounds for a mistrial? On the defense's part, prosecution's not going to file a mistrial. That would be ridiculous. I mean, but the prosecution wants this juror gone. We'll see if the judge agrees this weekend. So today is what? It's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, right? Hopefully it's Wednesday. Yes. Midweek. Hump day. I had to verify. Sometimes you get confused of days. So we got a couple more days before the weekend. So the judge will rule by the weekend. But if the juror gets kicked off, there's another appeal for Diddy if he gets convicted. Already the denial of 2 mistrials is definitely going for appeal. I also believe that if he gets convicted, he's going to appeal based off the jury selection at the beginning. So we shall see. People are saying it's a African-American female juror. That will be interesting. But yeah, that would be appealable for Diddy. Diddy now has numerous grounds already. I mean, he also has appeals. He's going to say that Bana perjured herself. He's going to say prosecutorial misconduct about the destroying the evidence in reference to Kid Cudi, jewelry makeup, now jewelry. He got lots of grounds that he's going to do. Would it work? You can appeal. You can write all these claims all you want. Is it plain error, harmless error? Well, they're addressing the issue now to get it on the record. Because a lot of times these lawyers have to preserve it. Get it on the record now, because if you do it later, it's harder to... There's language. There's different legal language to that. Get it out there now on the record. Throw whatever you got at the kitchen sink, right? Whatever you got on the kitchen sink, throw it out. And see what sticks. The spaghetti on the wall. Crazy stuff. Welcome aboard. JLR Investigates. It looks like the jury is not ready. So we're on a 10-minute delay. CNN says 1 minute ago, they go on to say it's going to be handled tomorrow. Judge says he'll handle request to dismiss one of the jurors tomorrow. We'll do it before the weekend. Judge is on the bench and is considering whether to dismiss juror number 6. There you go. It is 6. It's been confirmed. The judge said he'll handle the issue tomorrow after hearing in writing from both sides. Here we go, written. Prosecutor said The prosecutor, Comey, said the government was reluctant to ask for the juror's removal, but said after review, they found there appeared to be a lack of candor with the court from the juror. What does that mean? Appeared to be a lack of candor with the court from the juror. Defense attorney Shapiro accused the government of thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror. Jury drama. Diddy trial. Jury drama. Jane's testimony should wrap up tomorrow, lawyer says. She might be done tomorrow instead of... Yeah, she's done. She should be done tomorrow. She got to fly out. Today's Wednesday. She got to be done by tomorrow. She got to fly out. Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accuser, is ready to take the stand today. Defense attorney Gerard said she's on track to finish her cross-examination tomorrow. She'll leave plenty of time for Comey to redirect, which she will, as Jane gets off the stand tomorrow. So one more day. I'm ready for KK. I think with the defense, if you're not going to attack the crime itself and you're going to go off sidetrack like we discussed yesterday, what it appears they're doing with her and just going down this rabbit hole of shopping and gifts and everything like that and taking the juror, trying to divert them away from the crimes. I think they're just filling in time right now. Filling in time because what do they got? Why aren't they attacking the crime itself? The crime itself that she has described, corroborating by numerous people and digital evidence, including photographs, exhibits, audio recordings of Diddy, receipts, photos, texts, all that good stuff has been corroborated with Jane Doe's story. It's very hard for any person to just say Jane Doe made this up. Defense, I think, is going into her character. She's a gold digger. You got gifts and stuff like that. Okay, so she got stuff. She got financially compensated for this. It doesn't negate that she did freak-offs with Diddy and other people, and money was being thrown around to pay for the freak-offs, and people sent over interstate lines to have these freak-offs. That is a crime. So I think the defense has to go in on that, but how do you even do it? You can't. Should have took the plea. Lack of candor means lying, by the way. Had to really, really look into lack of candor. Lying. Accusing the juror of lying. Restored faith. Thank you for the comment. Gifts can distract from abuse claims or reveal coercion used by the defense to create noise or by prosecutors to show control, grooming, and manipulation within a pattern of power abuse. Thank you for the comment, Restored Faith. And Erica, back in the house. Lack of candor for a juror. Failed to answer truthfully a material question at the time the juror got selected, right? This can compromise the fairness of the trial and the jury's impartiality. You know, you're supposed to be truth. You're supposed to tell the truth at the time you're going through that process. Lack of candor. Failed to answer truthfully. Can the juror get actually in trouble for that? It's crazy how many people claim they can be impartial but already have their decision lined up and Trojan horse their way into a jury. Come on in, folks. We're about to get started. Marshals are still out there. They're to maintain peace. But yeah, I mean, you know, you can't lie to come onto a jury, or you can't lie to get onto a case when you already have your decision made up. You're supposed to be impartial. Now, they impaneled the jury pretty quickly here. I'm shocked. And considering that, you know, we're talking about a major celebrity that everybody knows about, Diddy, everybody. You could put Diddy's face in a lineup, and I think most people would say that's Sean Combs, Diddy, by just his face. He's a recognizable figure. But they were able to impanel a jury pretty quickly. Sometimes when things like that take a long time to select a jury. Now, who's this out here? Somebody with a boot. As we see other people coming in and out of the courthouse all the time, just a reminder that this is a big federal building with multiple floors. There's lots of people that have lots of issues that they're handling inside that courthouse, from citizenship to civil matters to criminal matters. Defendants very rarely go to trial, though, on a federal level. Getting inside the defendant's mind. Another report that came out just a little bit ago by NBC News. As we're waiting for All Rise, let's get this party started. Jane isn't a psychologist, but her testimony yesterday might have given jurors the most insightful peek yet into Combs' mindset, particularly in the bedroom. Goes on to say, under cross-examination by the defense and without much objection from the government, and that's one interesting thing. The government hasn't been objecting a lot to Cross, which means the government's just sitting back watching because they know they don't got nothing on her. They don't got nothing on her. That is another sign, too. Keep in mind that. Jane said she believes Combs is curious about bisexuality, but wants to keep that side of him at a distance. Inner City Press is reporting, waiting for the jurors. Combs is reading something, maybe that orange book. Talking to Mark on one side, Shapiro 1 seat away. About the juror the U.S. wants to remove, still waiting for the jury. Is Combs talking with Mark and Shapiro about the juror? That's what Inner City Press asked that question. What is Diddy talking to his attorneys about? Yeah, we got to get, no. We got to get her to stay. Do whatever. We need her. Because, you know, Diddy apparently been making some eye contact with this juror. That's what people are saying. Prosecution knows something. There's cameras in the courtroom, by the way, for security reasons. I'm sure the prosecutors and their eyes and everyone, the marshals, bailiffs, they're all in on it as far as watching each other's back. And I'm sure the prosecution got wind of some information about juror number 6. disturbing behavior, maybe some sort of speaking in code the juror had with Diddy or something that the prosecution knows when it comes to deliberations. This one juror will just put a monkey wrench into the whole situation and just dig their feet in and say, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, no matter what, not guilty, not guilty. Could this juror have been compromised? No jurors are sequestered. My ultimate fear in this case is someone reaching the a juror on Diddy's defense, his team. Money talks, right? Gina walks. Money talks, Gina walks. Where happened to Gina? Gone. People said, hey, she got paid. She got paid to go away. Diddy got her. Could that be happening with one juror number 6? Diddy's team, security team, somebody follows the juror home and says, look, don't tell, please. We'll give you $50K, $100K. Just vote not guilty, not guilty. Maybe. It's happened. Read some cases. Mob people in New York have, in the past, bribed and corrupted and influenced jurors during a trial. They would reach and find a way, or they'll get a middleman or just some stranger to walk up and say, hey, I got a proposal for you. How would you like $100,000? If you just vote not guilty? How would you like, Diddy pays people, right? Pays people. Shut them up. Get their tape. I'll put $100K in a paper bag. Inner City Press goes on to say, why isn't the prosecutor's letter seeking to exclude the juror in the docket, at least in the redacted form? Why isn't it in the docket? That's another thing some people have been questioning. Why is some of these exhibits and things that are being presented not in the docket? It's almost like they're trying to hide things. Who? Jane back on the stand in the Diddy trial. NBC News about to get started here. Her testimony is part of a government's effort to show that Combs orchestrated a sprawling criminal enterprise to fulfill his sexual desires. Report by CNN while we're waiting about KK. Just came out a minute or two ago. It says, why Combs' chief of staff has come up so often during testimony. While KK hasn't been called to testify in Sean Combs' sex trafficking and RICO trial, the former executive assistant to Combs Enterprise has been a prominent name in the proceedings. Combs Enterprises, known as Combs Global. Combs Global. Mentioned in testimony by multiple witnesses for the prosecution, Karam, known as KK, has emerged as someone who knew Combs well and allegedly assisted in his crimes. And last week, prosecutors referred to her as an agent and co-conspirator. Harsh words. She's in trouble. Of Combs. Goes on to say, in witness testimony, KK has been accused of helping Combs transport drugs across state lines, monitoring Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura's whereabouts for Combs, and helping secure hotel surveillance footage of Combs physically assaulting Ventura. KK's attorney has not responded to inquiries as to whether she will testify. CNN has also reached out to KK's attorney for comment regarding the testimony made about her in court, in addition to her being called Combs' co-conspirator by prosecutors. In March, after being named as a defendant in 3 civil cases alongside Combs, it goes on to say KK spoke out, and we know what she said, denying all wrongdoing in a statement. At that time, KK's attorney declined a CNN interview request, stating that KK cannot tell her story until the criminal trial is over and the civil cases are resolved. Now, that's interesting there. We can't talk until the criminal trial is over and the civil cases. Probably because she's not allowed to talk, because she's going to testify against him. For months, horrific allegations have been made about me in various lawsuits regarding my former boss. KK said in a statement, "These false allegations of my involvement are causing irreparable and incalculable damage to my reputation and the emotional well-being of myself and my family. I've never condoned or aided and abetted the sexual assault of anyone." But that's crazy, because if she's a co-conspirator, she's got to have to testify that she did and saw it. Nor have I ever drugged anyone. Aiding and abetting the sexual assault of anyone, huh? So she's playing denial. All rise. Ms. Garagos, you may proceed. Court is in session, folks. Here we go. Garagos says, "I want to admit this exhibit under seal." Sealed exhibit. Can you read that, Jane? Messages December 21st, 2021 between you, yourself, and Cabral, a.k.a. Sly, after a hotel night. After a hotel night. Yes. You had a pretty intense night. Yes. So communications after the freak off, December 2021. Communications. Pretty intense night. Yes. So we'll see where they've probably been communicating with each other. And saying some stuff. Interesting stuff. We'll see. Live outside the courthouse. We're starting now. We're waiting for some key details here to be shared. What's going to be said? Fly. Intense night. Combs appears to speak to someone in the audience. Ooh. Before court began, Combs was standing up towards the audience in the courtroom. He appeared to be wearing a light orange sweater, khaki pants, and seemed to be mouthing words to someone in the courtroom. Ooh. That's interesting. Who are you talking to, Diddy? So that's a report coming in the courtroom with Diddy there. CNN, Jane back on the stand. She's now talking about things with Sly, the ATL entertainer, the porn star Sly that eventually did sextortion on him. Combs and Garagos. He says to you, you were talking so dirty to me. I love it. Jane says, yes, I'm being friendly here. After your long hotel night, you saw Combs with Gina. Yes. Oh, I see what we're having here. What she's trying to say is this hotel night that they had in December 2021, after the hotel night, Jane is texting under seal, that's shown under seal, with Sly, telling him, you were talking so dirty to me. I love it. So the defense is saying that she was flirting with Sly. Meanwhile, Diddy is with Gina. So it's almost like she's doing it out of revenge on Combs, or mad, like, oh, he's with Gina? Well, I'll talk to Sly. I think that's where we're going here. Combs is Garagos. Then Sly wrote to you that he would be in LA and said he'll stay to see you if you wanted. She goes, yes. So now they're doing like a secret hookup. Sly and her about to hook up on the sly. Sly and Jane about to hook on the sly behind Diddy's back. What did you say? She goes, it's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love. Ooh. Ooh. You see what we got here? So they're saying, yo, you and Sly, you're trying to hook up with Sly on your birthday behind Diddy's back. You're interested in Sly. Ooh. She loves Diddy so much, she's willing to cheat on Diddy with Sly. I mean, she's saying she's justifying this by saying it's all friendly. But man, if she loved Diddy so much, would she really cheat on the man she loves with the entertainer? Well, we'll see where this goes. But to me, it's still sidetracked. Regardless, again, some people say that Jane is just trash. Some call her a WHORE. Some people just call her a hoe. Some people just call her a prostitute. That's all she is. She has no morals or ethics. That's what she is. So, I mean, if she's trying to hook up with Sly, what are they trying to just say? Like, yo, take the jury down another angle there? It still doesn't take away from the crimes that have been committed between Jane, Diddy, and Sly, right? No. She's like, it's my birthday. It's my birthday. Come hang out, Sly. Oh. And you don't show me no love. Cabral is Sly, for those that are asking. Cabral Williams. That's his real name, a.k.a. the Sly. Oh, goes on. Combs' Garagos asks Jane, then you ask him to send you a personal video. Jane said yes. That night, you saw the Italian entertainer who we'll call the entertainer. The Italian entertainer now. Yes. And Sean had taken up with Young Miami. Yes. Ooh. So there, what Garagos is saying is on two different occasions, while she says she saw Diddy one time with Gina afterward, and also Diddy with Young Miami, she's trying to actually hook up Jane Doe with these entertainers. One, the Italian entertainer, after I guess she's seen Sean with Young Miami, and the other after a freak off when Diddy was with Gina. But the point is, they're just trying to say that you're cheating on Diddy, the man you're supposed to be loved. You're cheating on him with these entertainers. Young Miami. Name dropped. Again. Is that like one of those things where, when a girl loves someone and they see them with someone else, that they seek revenge on that person by having sex with one of their friends or someone they know as a revenge? Is that what we got here? And they're saying flat out that she saw the Italian entertainer. Like, not videos like with Sly where she's trying to say, hook up with me. Come show me some love on my birthday. But with the Italian one, they're actually saying the defense is implying that she hooked up with the Italian entertainer while Diddy was with Young Miami. She was meeting with these guys or attempting to meet with Sly behind Diddy's back without Diddy. Will that strategy work here? This creditor just put her out there like, you are a cheater. You're a hoe. We don't want to get into those crazy names, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Stuff is getting interesting, but it shows also who she is. Based off what I've heard, I've expressed and said my feelings, how Jane is. I said personally, I feel like she's trash. She's trash for all this. This is just crazy. I mean, she's trash. But she could still be a victim and or a co-conspirator here that got immunity. Both at the same time. And the point is, she still committed crimes with Diddy. Sly, Anton, Paul. I think a lot differently than from, with her. Like, I support Cassie. Yeah, I don't know Cassie, but what she's been going through, whole lot different than what she's went through. Everyone has a story. Everyone has a story. Capricon Clark got a story. Mia got a story. Gina got a story. Bana got a story. She goes on to say, and you said, if you don't get your ass out of the island, no party, right? Right. Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic. Yes. What's going on with this? Jane said after New Year's, she saw on social media that Combs went on a vacation with another woman named Gina. What's the deal with that? It just seems like Jane here just plays everybody behind everyone's back. And she's the type that just, hey, she wants to sleep around. She just wants to sleep around. But she insists on the stand she's in love with Combs. She wants to sleep around with a bunch of people. She wants to sleep around. Character. KK just got into the mix. Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic. I don't understand that. We'll get more context to that shortly. Getting caught there, Jane. Shelly, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Shelly Wolf. Very grateful. Thank you. And welcome aboard, 5 new members. You have 5 new members. Gave them because this is the best coverage on YouTube. We appreciate you, Jonathan and Magnolia, for all your amazing work. Thank you. Very grateful. Danielle, I agree. She is trash. Sorry, but it's true. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I do think there's a, trash or not, guilty. Diddy's guilty as charged. That's my take. She did crimes. It's already, where's the chef? I know. Where's the chef, Jourdan? She has trauma because she don't have a Chanel bag. Is disgusting. Yeah, she didn't get that bag. Gina was just messing with Diddy for money too. I truly believe Cassie was the only one that he truly loved, and she loved him. Yeah, everyone wants, the other ones wanted all the money. They just want the money. They just want the clout, the fame. Jane here got immunity. Now, it's kind of crazy here that Diddy can't be surprised here that she's on the stand, considering what you're hearing now. Diddy had to know through the attorneys here. This is not shocking, Diddy learning that. He's probably like, yo, I paid this girl's defense. I paid for this, that, and the other, and now she's cheating on me. I only find out now she's cheating on me with all these people. She played me. You got played, Diddy. You played yourself, too. You chose to do a freak off with someone that, was playing you behind your back and is now testifying against you. Egg on your face, Diddy. Maybe choose better people to associate with. Cake, she testified KK don't like her. I wonder why. Yeah. Jane's sitting around communicating with all the entertainers. So she loved Diddy more than 50 Cent. She also dated Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown's crazy. I saw him just tweeting out the other day he slept with Gavin Newsom's wife. It's crazy. No Chanel bag for you, Jane. Bye-bye. No bag. So we're putting up comments here. I'm waiting for the next one to drop. Okay, here we go. Garagos. The Valentine's Day hotel night. Having 2 men there. Was that your idea? She goes, yes, it was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. Who was at the Valentine's Day hotel night? Having 2 men there. Was that your idea? It was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. Garagos goes on to say, like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, right? She goes, yes. Yes. So what's she into? Like when she sees Diddy with these other women or getting gifts from other women that she finds ways to deal with it by sleeping with people that they've had freak-offs with or hooking up with other people behind his back? Is that a way for her to get revenge? Is that how the way she copes or what? Like, because of what's being described as she's doing this, the 2 times that they're describing now, the third time is all because she then sees Diddy with someone else. So is that her way to deal with the situation by starting to hook up with other people that they've hooked up with together as a form of revenge? Wonder if she was playing these entertainers and trying to hook up with them to tape them or something to use that on Diddy to get under his skin. Have we ever considered that? She's like she's having a freak off with Sly and Diddy. And then next thing you know, just after the freak off, she sees Diddy with Gina and she's looking, she sees a post on Instagram. She's like, hell no. Hey, Sly, how you doing? Why don't you come see me? He's not around. Why don't you come see me? Was he trying to plan to do that to use that against Diddy? It's a possibility. Why would she do that? Or is she just a flat out HO? All this circulating around, none of these people wore protection. That's what's even scary. Golly. Yikes. All these people, no one's wearing protection at all. This is a flirt circus. Nothing else. I saw that comment come up. Nosy Rosie, STDs. Sick. These people, all of them are crazy. All of them. This is some sick stuff. And she's doing some sick stuff herself. Diddy's back. Everybody's playing everybody. It's just a big. Everyone's what's being described here is just everyone playing everybody. It's just like everyone has secrets and everyone's just using everyone. It's just almost like a gigantic orgy. Everyone's just wife swapping and couple swapping. That's what we got here. Big romp fest. I mean, I can't make any sense of this, but I mean, make it make sense when you're trying to be like Michael Jordan in a freak off. Make this make sense. Golly. Oh, here we go. Here, I guess they're showing something else, some other text. I think we're in like the December 2021 era. Here, you are planning to reach out to Sean and perhaps reach out to the Italian. She goes, I was still doing that then. What were you doing, Jane? He says, can you FaceTime? Yes, that's what he said. 10 days later, you had another hotel night. She goes, maybe. We're just getting into these behaviors, her, just her. I guess they're trying to say she's initiating things on her own. She's reaching out to some of these people behind Diddy's back. Other times she's trying to include Diddy. Communication. Just a big cluster F. That's what we got. She said, maybe. They're talking about, in the meantime, I'm just going back to the juror because they put a report out, Washington Post. So we have an issue with the juror. Prosecutor saying the juror appeared to lack candor with the court that raises serious questions. It's saying we first learned of the juror issue Monday when the judge asked for lead counsels to come into his robing room. That conversation is under seal. Remember we said the robing room? Like, what the heck is the robing room? That conversation, that happened on Monday. That conversation is under seal, but the attorneys soon walked back into the courtroom and huddled with their teams. Remember we talked about that? The floor was buzzing, and Combs seemed engrossed in the conversation. No one knew what the private meeting was about at that time. But the drama over the juror has been trickling out in bits and pieces ever since. So all that stuff in reference to jury number 6 was brought to light in the robing room on Monday. Jane says she organized a hotel night after Combs left early for a trip. Jane confirmed that she planned a hotel night for Valentine's Day that year after Diddy Combs left the vacation. He was on with another woman early. Ooh. She said she decorated the hotel with rose petals and planned to have 2 entertainers or men paid for these sexual encounters in a room at once. Jane acknowledged that it was her idea to have the 2 entertainers at once, and it was her first time doing that. Okay, so what? Okay, so one time she's the one that's organizing a freak off, a special freak off on Valentine's Day. Doesn't negate the other ones that Diddy wanted her to have. So she did one. She's a willing participant. She is a co-conspirator. She got immunity. I don't know what the defense is trying to do here. She persuaded Combs to leave the trip with the other woman by threatening to withhold whole hotel night. She testifies. So she's using it as leverage to get Diddy over there with her. Jane testified that she made Combs come home from that vacation a day early. She told him, if you don't come here now, we're not going to do anything that you want to do, she testified. Ah. Okay, but yeah, that's okay. Valentine's hotel night. I guess she's holding that over his head in a sense of like, yo, dump who you're with, come with us. You don't want to do a hotel night freak off with me? It's a Valentine's Day gift. Garagos asked whether Jane told Combs he wouldn't have a Valentine's Day party with him. Yes. That was the first time I pulled that card, Jane said. The hotel night card. Yes. Still, folks, even if she initiated one freak off or 20 freak offs in the course of all the freak offs, if Diddy was telling her to do freak offs and Diddy was paying for the freak offs, that's a crime. Gerard goes, let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with him. It certainly did. What do you think? No hotel nights until the end of June? Maybe. Maybe it's kind of like a way of saying not yes, not no, or just a way to not answer the question. Maybe. Maybe. She was a victim. She crossed so many lines. She knew there was nothing to come back to. She had to continue to draw him back with the hotel nights. I mean, that's what he liked. He liked those hotel nights. So if she's seeing him with other people, she's trying to win his heart. Remember, we talked about that. She's trying to be the one. She's trying to use the hotel nights as leverage to get him away from the other women. Because I bet you she would probably, if Diddy's with another woman, I'm sure if Jane sent Diddy some text of her naked in provocative pictures of just her singly, Diddy might just blow her off. Well, I'm with somebody. I don't need you. But if she says freak off, something Diddy loves, maybe he'll ditch her and come back to her. That was her hope here. Did he dump the other and uses a freak off as a way? Like, yo, she's boring. Come with us. We're about to do a freak off. You know you love those freak offs, Diddy. Diddy, can't you see Michael Jordan is what you'll never be? I like that. I like that. Their cross is always dry and boring, Ebony says. I think it's weak sauce. One big soap opera. That's a good way to describe this. It's a one big soap opera. At the end of the day, itty bitty Diddy is guilty as charged. I like the one where it says, Diddy, can't you see Michael Jordan is who you'll never be? What happened with the minors he abused? Yeah, it's a great question. We haven't heard much about that at all in this trial. Lawsuits accuse him. This trial, JLR, you nailed it right there. Thank you. Thank you, Norma. We try our best. We got the emoji. We got the emoji right there. Diddy. Itty bitty Diddy. He's memed up. He's humiliated on all fronts. On all fronts. Take that. Take that. Take that. Diddy, can't you see? Federal prison is where you'll be. Federal prison for Diddy. So, she's still on the stand. Garagos is just coming at her like, yo, you wanted to set freak offs yourself. You trying to hook up with some of the people behind Diddy's back that you had freak offs with. That's where we're at. This is where this cross is. If you want to summarize where we're at this afternoon, it's just communications in 2021 going into 2022. Going through Valentine's Day. Now we're into the summer of 2022. Where Garagos is just talking about, well, some of the freak offs you wanted yourself. It's not going to work. She beating at his own game, Ricardo says. It's just not going to work here. I can't see it unless you get a sympathetic Jourdan number 6. Is anyone else starting to root for Jane just to spite Diddy? For some reason, I suddenly hope we find out she cheated on him 100 times. Yeah, Magnolia, it's like, that's how I'm starting to think, like, play him. Play him. He's playing you, play him back. So be it. All the players play. It's just a player's ball. That's all we got. Someone's like, yeah. It's just bring in the Italian. Hey, yo. I was going to do Rocky Balboa. Yo, Jane. Let's have a freak off. The Italian stallion. Yo, how about a brisk? How about a brisk? Oh, the Italian. Bring in the Italian. Yo, bring in the Italian entertainer while they listen to Diddy's song Victory. You know? Victory. You ever listen to Victory with Biggie and Diddy? You got the Rocky Balboa music. Bring in the Italian. Jane is the first one who seems like she actually made some headway into getting revenge on him. Diddy, you played yourself. You played yourself. Yo, for some reason, man, I swear, I don't know if you guys get into this, but when I'm listening to this trial and everything like that, every time something like this comes up, there's always like these 90s hip hop artist songs that pop up in my head that gives these examples, man, straight up. Like, Diddy, you played yourself. I think there was a rapper back in the 90s. I guess his name was like Jaru the Damager or something like that. I don't know if I'm saying this right, but he got this song called I Played Yourself. And he's like, you know, he's just like, you played yourself. You played yourself. It's like, I'm looking at Diddy like, yo, you played yourself, dude. You played yourself on all fronts. Yo, she's playing you. And you're so hooked on drugs that you don't even know what's going on. But you're playing her. But she's playing you. How about that? Everybody's playing each other. It says here, Mr. Combs says, I'm jerking my D right now, thinking how nasty you are going to be to me, right? Yes. He says, call Italian or Paul is free. And you like Paul is free, right? Yes. He gave you a choice. You choose. Yes. He responds, I told Paul 11 p.m. Is that okay? And let's watch porn first. Right. Yes. Goes on to say, he says, London hotel. What would you get? Stripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips. So again, it's going into like her with this thing in communication. She's talking about the stripper shoes, shorts, and whips. Whips. So Paul, remember Paul was the Shaquille O'Neal. Okay, so let me just think about this. Stripper shoes, shorts, and what are they like? Basketball jerseys, shorts that the basketball players wear in the 1970s. Because remember, Paul was the one that was Shaquille O'Neal in this freak off, right? And Diddy was Michael Jordan, and Jane was the Kobe. So what do we got? Kobe Bryant, Jane with the whipping Paul, Shaquille O'Neal, whipping, high heels, basketball shorts. Remember the basketball players in the 70s, the short shorts that the players would wear in the 70s and the 80s, like shorts above their knees. Shorts, stripper shoes, and whips. Take that, Shaq. Take that, Shaq. She's whipping. Take that, Jordan. Whips. Who's whipping who? It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Got some crazy stuff going on with these people, man. Gary goes, why shorts? Why shorts? We're going to get into some shorts. Short talk. Oh, Garrigo says, why shorts? I was really turned off by their shorts, so I got other shorts for them. It was not so much fun to wait for them to be erect. I started to get things on the sides so they could get erect. I got pills at the stores, rhino pills. Rhino pills, shorts. This is crazy. She got other shorts for them, shorts. Something about them being erect. Shorts. I guess shorts. So they can be erect better. She also said she got pills, rhino pills. What are rhino pills? You ever hear of rhino pills? What the heck are rhino pills? Never even heard of rhino pills. Rhino pills. Oh, all right. I got to Google rhino pills. What the heck are rhino pills? Rhino pills. I'd never heard of that. Sexual products. It's like Viagra. Never heard of rhino pills. Thank God. Rhino pills. It's got rhino pills and whips. Whips, chips, chain whips, dips. Tootsie roll. To the left, to the right, to that. Now slide. Crazy. These people are crazy, man. Jane, what's up? Rhino pills. Just kidding. I'm definitely going to make Diddy Rhino shorts memes. We wear shorts. They wear shorts. I guess if you wear shorts, makes you erect, look bigger. Is that what she's trying to say? That's the way I'm trying to read this. I'm like, yo, you're crazy, man. Shorts. Larry Bird shorts. Yeah, the basketball players back then were wearing some funny shorts. Crazy. Shorts. Wow. All right, let me go on some of these reports here from CNN. I think we're in June 19th of 2022. Jane confirmed that she and Sean Diddy Combs went about 2 months without having a hotel night. Ooh, that's a record. In spring of 2022, despite spending time together several days during that period. So the defense is like, yo, there was a time frame in 2022 in this relationship that you two actually spent some time together with no freak offs. I thought you said earlier in your testimony that you said the course of this relationship was strictly freak offs, right? Every week. Is that what they're trying to do here? On June 19th that year, Combs suggested he and Jane should have a hotel night. Jane responded, not really in the mood for that part. Don't want to make you mad. Combs said, all good, and suggested a role-playing scenario instead. Jane testified and welcomed the media, Sherry. Lord Mama, thank you. Jane testified, JAEX22. Thank you. JX22. Thank you. Jane testified that they had a movie night watching past hotel night footage and pornography. CNN also says a couple minutes ago, Jane told Combs to get another woman to delete a post. Oh, that's interesting. Jane read some March 22nd, 2022 messages, March 2022 messages between her and Diddy Combs that occurred after a hotel night. Combs had recently made her delete a photo of food she had posted that indicated they were together. And then she saw Gina post a photo wearing a necklace that matched a bracelet Combs had gifted her previously, Jane testified. Ooh. In messages, Jane told Combs to make Gina delete her post and accused him of giving her anxiety. To see these things deeply hurtful to me. So Jane has also testified in March of 2022 that she made Combs have Gina delete a post. I wonder how that was. I wonder how Diddy convinced Gina to delete a post. All right, so we're back at Rhino Pills. We're on this June 19th time. The next day, he says, want to do dinner at 9. Bring the freak bag just in case. Jane says, right, lingerie and the rest. But you didn't have a freak night. Let me refresh your recollection. This exhibit under seal. So here's where I think they're going to try to go at her with maybe some perjury or something, because based off what she's previously testified in direct about most of these times consisting of getting together under, Diddy implying that they're going to do this and that and the other, it turns in freak night. But in here, it's total opposite. They're saying that they had dinner and there was supposed to be a freak night, but they just had dinner. Apparently, they just had dinner. No freak night. They did have dinner. And what is a freak bag? Freak bag. Bring your freak bag. Bring your freak bag. Who says bring a freak bag? That's this talk. This is crazy. I mean, think about this. Oh, look at this. Look what, yo, Magnolia with the memes. Rhino. Diddy on that Rhino. Rhino pills. With baby oil. Good job, Magnolia. Rhino. Rhino pills. He need rhino pills in his short shorts. Yeehaw. Giddy up. Well, how does rhinos even speak? Do they even talk? Rhinos. Rhino pills. Rhino pills, baby oil, short shorts, erections. That's the topic of the discussion here this afternoon. There ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. It's a sexual heightener. Geragos is being helped by her father, who is also a famous attorney. JAEXJX22 says, you have that's interesting because Geragos is in there. He has probably taught his daughter, because Geragos has years of experience being an attorney and a very expensive attorney, probably teaching her strategy on how to work this witness. Thank you, JX 2020 or 22. I was going to say 2022. Thank you. Yeah. Geragos in there. Both Geragoses in there. So there's this exhibit that's under seal. Geragos says, I'm about to work out with Paul. Then I want to see you. You say hair up? ? Hair up. There was probably a FaceTime between these two, Jane says. He says, did you want to hit Italian, right? You want to hit up Italian? Yes. I didn't want to. So we're getting into some stuff here in the summer of 2022. Sean says, Paul is all we need. And you said, LOL. What did you say? Jane says, I'll go to the store unless you get a head start. What do you mean? Go to the hotel ahead of me. But then you spent several days at his home. She responds, maybe. She has a lot of maybes. I think this kind of could be like a strategy here to not confirm or deny, but just say maybe. So we'll keep that up on the screen. We'll try to understand more about that. Once the media reports some of this stuff, they add more context to what this all means. NBC News is kind of echoing what we've theorized what's going on here. Jane testifies she initiated some of the freak offs with Combs. Defense lawyers have presented exhibits in court suggesting Jane initiated some of the freak offs at the hotel, like we discussed. But that's irrelevant because even if she initiated some of them, she didn't initiate all of them. And the ones she didn't initiate, whether she initiated or he initiated, it's all crimes. Lawyers entered as evidence photos of a room with rose petals and balloons decorated by Jane. Asked if she suggested a hotel night with 2 other men at the same time, Jane answered yes. Yes, that was my suggestion. Combs was excited about that. So, okay, so she initiated freak offs. She wanted to be creative in these freak offs. She wanted to bring multiple people in these freak offs at times. She wanted to initiate because she's trying to win his heart. She's mad that Diddy's out there with other women or hanging out with other women. And she wants to find ways to lure him back, creative ways. Okay, these freak offs are all illegal. She got immunity, crimes. CNN goes on to report 1 minute ago. There's a text and Jane admits, last night was amazing. Jane texted after a hotel night, according to a message. So they want her also to admit that she's admitted in text that some of these freak offs afterwards, she would respond, last night was amazing. Like she loved the freak off. Wasn't traumatized. Like some of these other witnesses have testified about throwing up afterward, getting sick. Even Jane testified at points that she would get sick after the freak offs, be hurt, icing up, need time to recuperate. But they got her in a text in 2022 saying, July 2022, saying, last night was amazing after a freak off in July 2022. After exchanging explicit messages, Combs texted her to call a specific entertainer and then said, or is Paul free? Jane liked the message about Paul, one of the entertainers they frequently saw. She testified that she understood Combs was giving her an option between the 2 men. In later messages, Combs relayed details about the time and location of the hotel night and asked her, is that cool? The day after, Jane texted Combs in part, last night was amazing. So they're getting with it. They're getting her where she's saying, you're with it. You're with it. You're with it. You liked it. You wanted some of it. Garagos asks, you really did love him, right? She goes, yes. Do you remember seeing Sean in September of 2022 and not having a hotel night, September 9th? She says, I'm not sure. Here we go. So now we have another time, September 9th of 2022. Apparently, they're going to show some exhibit, something or some text saying that they just saw each other and not had a hotel night. And she said, I really did love him. So what the defense is also trying to do is say there's times that you met him and you didn't have a free call. No free calls. You just Because I remember during her testimony, she has said a lot that pretty much the whole relationship was freak offs. And pretty much like, yo, he lured me to these places under the guise of hanging out or spending quality love time together to only have it turn into a freak off. Well, now the defense is countering that by sharing different times in 2022 where they met and they didn't have a freak off. None. Okay, they didn't have a freak off. No objection by the prosecution, by the way, on any of this. Not one objection yet. About an hour into this, and we don't even have an objection. Garagos says, now do you see you saw him, but no hotel night? That is incorrect. September 4th. She goes, we took a jet to Vegas. He performed. Then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. Okay. We got a date here. So Diddy, September 4th, Vegas, 2022. Diddy was listed as performing at the Palms for Diddy and Friends event on September 4th, 2022, which was Labor Day weekend. The event listed was described as the biggest party of the year. All right, so that's the event according to AI. So this biggest party of the year called Diddy and Friends at the Palms in Vegas, that's what she's talking about here. And they had a freak off with an entertainer after that party. So there is a party that there was a freak off after a party, right? That's the first time I really heard of like a party and then it turns into a freak off. But Diddy and Friends event. So after this event, there was a freak off with an entertainer in Vegas. That's where we're at. We are in Vegas. The date is September 4th, 2022. Freak offs. Let's see if she says maybe again, too. A pattern of her. Maybe. Crazy maybe. All right, so she's still on the stand. Defense trying to just get her to admit she's done freak offs on her own initiative, surprised Diddy with freak offs, encouraged certain entertainers for freak offs, went behind Diddy's back with some of these entertainers that she's trying to hook up with or hooked up with behind Diddy's back. These people that they've done freak offs with, entertainers, also that they met numerous times in 2022 where they didn't have a freak off. That's where we're at. It's pretty much where we're at. Okay? Is that all you got, Garagos? Come on, man. Talk about the crimes. Or are they just going to try to perjure her so everything that she says gets booted out? That's where I feel like the strategy is here. Try to get her perjured. Struck from the record. Do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night? She goes, I'm not sure. Let me show you this. Does this refresh your recollection? The defense attorneys use that term a lot. Let me show you something. Does this refresh your recollection? She goes, I guess I did. So she just admitted that on September 20th, 2022, they met and didn't have a freak off. She said, I'm not sure. And Garagos is like, let me show you something here. I guess it was some, I don't know what it was. Does this refresh your recollection? Exhibit, photo, text, what? Hotel receipt. She says no freak off though. But what I see here is now, honestly, I've seen her now admit numerous times that they met in 2022 where they had no freak off. Kind of goes different what she testified. Trying to get the angle. Where's the angle? What are you doing here, Gerard goes? Trying to just say you're unreliable, you lied. It's not what you said when the prosecution was questioning you. I guess I did. She just got caught lying. I mean, I guess. Well, she didn't say. She just says, I don't know. I'm not sure. Going back to the shorts. Washington Post just put out 2 minutes ago. Jane would often buy matching shorts for Sean Combs and the male escorts he hired to have sex with her. She testified during her cross-examination. She also purchased Rhino erection pills, a common brand found at gas stations across the country, so she could spend less time prepping the men. She previously testified she would be forced to perform foreplay for hours, and it was really not so fun having to wind up these guys. The defense is trying to say that Jane is complicit in Combs' freak-offs, like we speculated. So the Washington Post is kind of saying that same angle here. You're with it on some of them. You're with it on some of them. You're with it. What is the defense trying to say? She's complicit the entire time? Well, she's also got immunity. So who cares if she's complicit or not? She did it. It's a crime. You brought others in. If you want to feel like she's not the one being trafficked because she's with it, but what about the others that got brought over interstate lines to perform freak-offs for money? That's prostitution. Did Sean pay for your birthday dinner? Yes, Jane said. What was the restaurant? I can't remember the name. She says, you had a great time? Jane says, I had an okay time. Okay time? You don't even remember where he took you to for your birthday dinner. I mean, don't you think if you had a great time on your birthday at a dinner, you would think you would remember the place, right? So she's like, it was okay. Not a great time. I don't know. If someone takes you somewhere for your birthday to a dinner just a couple years ago, you would think that would still be in your mind, right? Where you went on your birthday. Unless they go out so much they don't even remember what day it is. Sean paid for your birthday dinner. Now, her birthday, February, right? February. Remember, she said before her birthday was February. People in the chat also said February. They were listening to Rihanna's birthday cake. Birthday cake on her birthday. Or what about it if on her birthday they're listening to Go Shorty, it's your birthday, party like it's your birthday, right? Listening to 50 Cent. Birthday. Diddy paid for the birthday dinner while they listen to 50 Cent. That's not true, folks. I'm just kind of dabbing that in a little bit. Yeah, must have been memorable. Maybe they're on drugs. Rhino pills. Does Rhino pills distort your memory? Rhino pills. Birthdays are bad with Diddy. Yeah, both have testified they had freak-offs on their birthday. They have. She claims she had 3 men back to back to back on her birthday. Here we go. You write in Nobu, the only place. How about something outside of the hotel? He conveniently put me in the hotel with the Nobu. Is that called Nobu? I suggested Poppy Steaks. Ooh. Poppy's Steaks. That's a nice restaurant in Miami, so I've heard. So, Nobu. And I think she said Nobu in her prior testimony on her birthday, right? Nobu, and then it was the 3 men. Nobu. She said she wanted to go to Poppy Steaks. Where's Poppy Steaks? But Diddy put her in a hotel, she says, with the Nobu. Let me see what hotel that is. Miami. The Noble Miami Hotel. Miami Beach. 4525 Collins Avenue, Miami Beach. That's where they spent her birthday. They're at Miami Beach. She wanted to go to Big Poppy's Steakhouse. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Love it when you call me Big Papa. All right, so restaurants. Diddy's paying for the restaurant. Okay. Where are you going at? What's happening? What's happening here, ladies and gentlemen? Testimony continues. Jane on the stand. Big Pop. Steakhouse. Nobu. She wanted to go to Big Poppy. Poppy Steakhouse. And here we are. What type of tricks do you have up your sleeve, Garagos? Because here's just a bunch of, yeah, she's with it. We've known that. 2 minutes ago, CNN puts out, Jane acknowledges texting hotel night was fun, but says feelings were directed at Combs only. The jury saw more texts between Diddy Combs and Jane from about a week later in July of 2022. In the messages, Combs suggested a hotel night with either Paul or another entertainer. When Jane told him she was kind of iced out or icked out, I-C-K-E-D, icked out, by a boo-boo the other entertainer had, Combs agreed that the person was a no-go and arranged a hotel night with Paul, the personal trainer, the Shaquille O'Neal of the freak-offs. Jane testified that Combs only gave her a choice between 2 entertainers, and though it wasn't an option to skip a hotel night altogether. Jane also confirmed when asked that she thought she recalled spending a few days just with Combs after that late July hotel night. And Jane confirmed that she and Combs had another hotel night at her home August 30th, 2022. The next day, Jane texted Combs saying in part, "That was so much fun, baby," according to messages discussed in court, as if she liked it. She liked having that August 30th, 2022 freak off. She then sent him a long message about how much she loved and appreciated him. "My love for you is unconditional and for life," she wrote in a text. Jane confirmed that she sent these messages after a hotel night, but she testified that the feelings she was expressing were directed only at Combs, not the freak off. So she had a disclaimer here. Yeah, I said it, but I'm just talking about my feelings towards him, not the freak off in general. So she's countering that. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It really is irrelevant. We'll see where this goes. I'm listening. Jane says she'll never take this for granted. After a late August 2022 freak off with Combs and sex worker Paul, Jane testified she told the defendant how much she appreciated these encounters. That's NBC News. Jane texted that she said she's having so much fun and that she would never take this for granted and will always make sure you are taken care of. The defense wants to cast the sexual encounter freak-offs as consensual acts and not part of any criminal conspiracy led by Combs. But they're cherry-picking the freak-offs. Just because she wanted some doesn't mean she wanted all. And even if she wanted them, a willing participant, how is that not RICO or a criminal enterprise when they're paying other people to have sex with them with money? How's that not a crime? A federal crime. So we're back to Valentine's Day. Combs' Garagos says, Valentine's Day the year before, he was in a different country, you wrote. Get your ass back from that island, right? Yes. Then at the Nobu Hotel, you accepted it. I would say I went along with it. You said accept it. Here we go. They're trying to get her in some discrepancies. It's kind of ridiculous. Jane says, my stuttering was trying to find the right word for the pressure I felt. Combs' Garagos, you mean agitation? Yes. You said he gave you your birthday gift, a necklace. Yes. Did you take this photo? Yes. Under seal. All right. Diddy got her a necklace for the birthday. For the birthday. Birthday. Here's your gift, baby. Here's a necklace. Till death do us part, right? Or till freak off do us part. Here's a necklace. Okay, she got a necklace. She got something out of him. A necklace on her birthday. And why is it under seal? Why are they letting the public see these I don't understand that. How is, well, I guess it's her photo, probably with the necklace, and they don't want to show her face. They could blur it out, though. A lot of stuff being submitted under seal. I don't get that. It's supposed to be openness and transparency when it comes to this. Christina Cabral. Thank you for being a new member. Or I just want to say, I know you're a new member, but are you related to, well, that's Cabral Williams. I'm sure you're not related, but I just see names stick out. We've been talking about Cabral Williams. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you for being a member. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're still seeing what's happening here. Garagos. Is Garagos going to stomp her? Get her into like, you're receiving all these lavish gifts. Garagos says, it was a Van Cleef necklace. Jane says, yes. What is a Van Cleef? Magnolia says, in my opinion, the prosecutor made serious missteps in agreeing to give Mia and Jane anonymity. It was a fool's errand and destined to fail. And now the integrity of the case suffers from lack of transparency. I agree with Magnolia. Absolutely. We've talked about this. I do think, why protect our anonymity? It just makes no sense. But I do think that possibly that Jane's anonymity is protected because she might have had cold feet about testifying and said, I'm not going to testify, and the prosecution needs her. But she shouldn't have her anonymity protected. I mean, why? Why? What's so special about Jane Doe here? All right, so they're talking about this Van Cleef necklace. Yes, what is Van Cleef? She says a jewelry brand that is high-end. In that photo, I had already taken drugs. Any time of affection made me smile. You took a mirror selfie with the Van Cleef necklace? Unfortunately, yes. So now they're saying she was bragging about receiving a necklace by taking a selfie. She loved that necklace. You know, you receive some new stuff. Anytime all of us get some really cool, neat new stuff, right? We like to take pictures with it, particularly women that get that ring, get that jewelry. You're taking selfies, right? With that new stuff. Oh, look at this. A lot of people do that, right? Men do that when they get all types of clothes and new rides and whips and cars. And go to places. That's what people do when they enjoy themselves. They take photos with these things that they got. Right? I saw the word shallowness. She's shallow. She's shallow. Sean gave, now we're getting into condoms. Oh, look, Magnolia put rainbow shorts on the rhino. Rainbow shorts. I spruced up his outfit. Diddy lifestyle is too much even for AI because I got countless errors of policy violations from my request. AI photo of him on rhino pills, rainbow shorts. Combs' Garagos says, Sean gave the entertainer a condom that night. Yes. Are these your texts with Cabral? She goes, I was high. It was 2:40 in the morning. UCT time, right? Yes. So it was East Coast time. Yes. All right. So the night of the birthday freak off is starting, and she's saying I was high. It was 2:40 in the morning. Gary goes, you invited Cabral for the next day, but the ecstasy would have worn off by then, right? She goes, in these nights, I repeatedly took ecstasy. You say you will book his travel for the next night, right? Yes. All right, so what they're trying to do is trying to say that infamous 3-man night freak off, Nobu Hotel and Food with Cabral. They're trying to say she's initiating. You know, come back and initiating his travel and everything. It's her, not Diddy. It's her. Like she wanted this on her birthday, not him. Now, she testified opposite. But they're trying to say that you're the ones that was like trying to book his travel. You're the one that's inviting him. You are. It's not Diddy. It's you. You're inviting. Sly. Sly. The lubricator. All right. What did you write her? I guess him. What did you write him? I wrote, I appreciate. Okay, maybe this is going to Diddy. What did you write him? It says her here, but I'm assuming it's him. I wrote, I appreciate everything you did for my birthday. I want to give you everything you want on Valentine's Day. What did you mean? Jane says the necklace and your lovemaking. Only with him. So she's going back and saying, kind of what she's been saying, certain things. I didn't enjoy the freak offs, but I enjoyed the time afterward with him, meaning making love, right? Because every time these freak offs would end, it would actually end with the entertainer leaving and Jane and Diddy making love together. And they are sharing that she said, I appreciate everything you did for my birthday. As if they're saying that she wanted this freak off. And she's going to return the favor to Diddy on Valentine's Day because, you know, her birthday is apparently, I heard, a little bit before Valentine's Day in February, right? I'm not going to say the date, but it's out there. Birthday's in February. She's got a February birthday. A couple days later, maybe a couple days later, Valentine's Day. She gets a necklace. But she only says, she comes back at Gerard and says, and I enjoyed it in regard to him. In regard to him. Interesting. CNN kind of adds up to this little, what we've been discussing. Jane said she wanted Combs to take her out. I'm asking if he could please romance me outside of the hotel rooms in February 2023. Jane texted Sean Diddy Combs asking if he could send her something for her birthday festivities. She testified that she asked for $15K to cover buying an outfit and dinner for her and her friends. She confirmed that Combs paid for the dinner. Jane later traveled to Miami to celebrate her birthday with Combs. She texted him asking if Nobu, a sushi restaurant inside the hotel where she was staying, was the only dinner option, and she suggested trying something else. She testified that she was trying to get out of the hotel. I'm asking if he could please romance me outside of the hotel room, she testified. The jury saw the photos of them eating at Nobu. There you go. $15K. Money. Money, 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 money. 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 It's all about the money. All right, so we got that. Anyone getting sick of Jane yet? Have we already heard enough with Jane? It's going to be on all day. We got about 2 hours, 20 more minutes. Up to 2 hours, 20 minutes. Might end at 4. I don't know. I saw conflicting reports between 4 or 5. I think it'll be here to 5. All right, so but then NBC News says Combs sent her $13K. So $13K at one. CNN was saying $15K. Combs sent $13K to Jane for birthday celebration. Witness testifies. Diddy sent Jane at least $13K for a birthday. Jane acknowledged the money was for an outfit and her friends. Who's the friends? Who wanted to celebrate over dinner in LA. Jane said the birthday dinner was okay, but not great, and that she originally asked Diddy for $15K. Diddy was also with Kalisha at the time. Kalisha, whose birthday was around the same date as her. Who's Kalisha? Kalisha. That name just got dropped. They spelled it Kalisha. Interesting. All right. So here we go. More. Valentine's Day, birthday around that time, 2023. Garrigo says, then you sent him photos of you guys in a hotel room. Yes. You didn't tell him you didn't like it until you saw him with Karesha in Turks, right? Yes, it was very hurtful after enduring what I endured. Garrigos, you reached out to Cabral under the pressure of my lover. You asked him and he gave the man a condom at the very last minute, thank God. You wrote to him, I love and appreciate every detail you put into my birthday. So again, more text, enjoying it, loving it, appreciating it, had fun, received gift, received the necklace, nice dinner, grateful. It's what the defense is doing here. Kelsey says, is Paul Diddy's trainer and entertainer? Is Diddy into this after Cassie left him for the trainer? Hey, that's an interesting thing. Kelsey brings up something that's very interesting. We remember Cassie left Diddy for the trainer, right? And then Diddy's now doing freak offs with Paul and who is his trainer. Oh, the irony. Thank you for bringing that up, Kelsey. But yeah, Paul is the trainer. Yeah, that's a very interesting. That's a great point, Kelsey. So at the same time this Karesha was being mentioned, NBC News puts out Kalisha, K-I-L-I-S-H-A. So maybe one of them spells it wrong. It might be the same person. I wrote that with regard to Sean, she says. Gary goes, you wrote that to Sean. You stopped talking to him? I was heartbroken. I flew to Paris Fashion Week. You enjoyed it? Yes. I think this is a time where at one point she went away to Paris. Remember at one point she left Paris? What do we got? Show me what you got. Sean Combs once spent $15K on a ladies' night birthday dinner for Jane and more than a dozen of her friends, including a private room at a Los Angeles restaurant and a new outfit, the witness confirmed during her cross-examination. But Jane quibbled when a defense attorney suggested she enjoy the dinner, which Combs did not attend. I did not have a great birthday, she said, describing the night as just an okay time. So it appears she had like two birthdays. One, Diddy paid for her birthday with large amounts of money for her to have a birthday with friends in Los Angeles, and another where she came out there at the Nobu. So it like gave her two birthdays. That's what it appears. I didn't know about that one, about her getting $15K, or he spent $15K on them. That's a lot for someone's birthday, $15K. Ooh. Dinner with a dozen of your friends. Champagne bottles on Diddy, pop it. He's paying. Don't worry, Diddy's paying for the party. Diddy's paying for my birthday party. Everyone, here's cheers to Diddy for paying for our birthday. Cheers, Diddy. Thanks a lot, pal. Thanks for the champagne. Cristal. We're not drinking your vodka. We're not drinking your vodka. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. But the whole thing is what the defense is just doing is, look, you benefited from this. You wanted some of these freak offs. You initiated these things. You're corresponding with the entertainers like all's good, actually trying to hook up with some at some point. You're getting all types of things from Diddy in the course of this relationship. You're benefiting. You're getting treated. He's treating your friends. You're saying after some of these freak offs in text and communications that I love you and everything's good and I had the best time of my life. You enjoyed all of this, Jane. Washington Post says, turning to a different birthday encounter in Miami, defense attorney asked Jane about a text message in which she asked Combs if they could have dinner someplace other than Nobu, a world-renowned sushi franchise. Dining at the Nobu wasn't that glamorous. Jane told the attorney it was convenient for Combs since they were staying at the attached hotel. I really wanted to get out of the hotel, testifying under an alias. I'm asking if you could please romance me outside of hotel rooms. I'll go to a hotel with you, Diddy. Or I'll go out to eat with you, but we're not going to a hotel. That's where we're at on that aspect. Getting updates here, looking around. Come on in. JLR investigates. She's back on the stand. We haven't had a break. It's 2:46. We're in the 2023. Remember, we got to go all the way up to 2024, by the way. Birthday. It's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Holly, welcome to JLR Investigates. Appreciate you. She testified she received a Van Cleef necklace and bracelet. Oh, a bracelet too. NBC News says she also got a bracelet for her birthday in 2023. I didn't hear about the bracelet. The witness recalled how excited she was to receive a Van Cleef necklace and bracelet set for her birthday in 2023. Jane said she wore lingerie and greeted Combs with open arms because the witness was happy to be wrapped up in my lover's arms. Asked if this birthday celebration led to hotel night, she said, unfortunately, yes. And I was just told that Carisha, NBC had it wrong with the way they were pronouncing her name. Same individual. Just to let everyone know. Defense is just filling up time. That's where we're at here. I really do think so. Okay, so nothing else has been said for the last 7 minutes, so I'm wondering what's going on here. Jane testified that she went along with it when Sean Combs said he had entertainment planned for her after her 2023 birthday dinner. Okay, we know about that birthday. We know about it. And we know about the freak off afterward. We know about the Nobu sushi bar and the attached hotel. We all know this. So whether this was consensual or not, it existed. And it existed with an escort. My circumstances were my option in this relationship, Jane testified. If I see him, there is a request for a hotel night. So I'm just adapting to my circumstances. I'm adapting to my environment. Adapting to circumstances, adapting to environment. Got that. She's just adapting. But she keeps going on to say, in these messages that I respond to him about enjoying it, I'm just talking about him. The love making with Mr. Combs afterward. I enjoyed it. Garagos says, this is a text message chain between you and Sean, March of 2023. On the 2D, he wrote, sorry, I called you a bitch. I deserve this love, right? She goes, yes. Then he writes, when can you come to the Turks, right? Yes. So Diddy called her a bitch. You sent him a heart emoji and wrote, what we have is special, right? Yes. What we have is special. The budget for your trip was $100K. Yes. And he spent $55K. I don't know. Wow. So Garagos is again saying, look, the Turks and the Caicos, the Turks. The Turks. He's taking you to the Turks. This is a $100,000 trip or $55,000. It's expensive, and you're with it. You're going on expensive trips with Diddy. Again, gold digger. You just want money. You want to be pampered. You're with it. Diddy taking you to the Turks. Right? Money does not make people happy. Saw that comment. Does money help, though, make people happy? Or some people that have money that are still miserable or suffering? Washington Post elaborates a little bit and says, why do you lie? Jane texted Sean in 2023 after they had a freak-off at the Nobu Hotel in Miami. I didn't want to do all that on my birthday. You knew how tired I was. Jane sent these messages to Combs after seeing him with the rapper Young Miami on a trip to the Turks and Caicos. Defense attorney Garagos zeroed on the timing, suggesting that Jane only complained about the freak-off after she saw Combs with another woman and got jealous. Jane insisted that she was hurt because Combs made her have sex with 3 guys on my birthday. She lashed out in the text not because of his relationship with Young Miami, but because of how it made me feel after doing something like that. Defense is going with the route saying, and I didn't know Young Miami's real name, so I learned something there new. I always refer to her as Young Miami. But they're trying to get her into a pattern by saying, like, every time you see Diddy with another woman, that's when you start complaining and complaining. But when Diddy, you don't see Diddy with somebody else and everything like that, all these texts keep coming out over the course of this relationship as if you enjoyed being with Diddy after the freak-offs. Only when you see Diddy with other females, then it's a problem with the freak-offs. That's the way Washington Post is kind of saying that Garagos is suggesting, saying, you know, you snap and you go tripping and you go funny when you see Diddy with someone else. Everything's a problem. Garagos, you felt he didn't like you up. You felt he didn't like you up and leaving to Paris. Jane says, no, he didn't. You went to the Mandarin Oriental and watched pornography with Sean. Yes. Sean asked you about bringing Don. Given the situation, I said yes. Okay. So she's again getting her into admitting that she was cool with having Don. We don't know Don, who Don is. People suggest who Don is. Don. Now we got Don into this freak off. Don. But she's saying, yes, cool with it. I'm cool with Don. Don, yes. Who cares, Dick Garagos? I don't understand where this is all going. These freak-offs with multiple escorts around the country and adult entertainers and people in exchange of money is a crime. And if you consented to it, Jane, it still makes you a co-conspirator. And co-conspirators that do crimes with other persons can testify against the other person with immunity. Doesn't take away that it was a crime. But again, there were times where she testified she had to do these freak-offs under threats. Case in point. Going down on Anton at her home after Diddy beats her and makes her do it. That's a crime. So regardless, there has been some freak-offs and many freak-offs that she wasn't with it. So is Garagos going to go through every single freak-off and prove that every single freak-off she was with it? Garagos, you said if you known Paul would be there, you wouldn't have gone to the Turks. She goes, I would not have. Did you write to Cabral from there, invite him to come there? Yes. Under the encouragement of my partner. Yes. All right. So they're at the Turks. And she wants Cabral. She's the one that wrote to Cabral, come to the Turks. But she countered by saying, under the encouragement of Diddy, yes, I asked Cabral to join us. Goes on. We might have our first objection. Combs's Garagos. You were happy Sean gave you a diamond. Ooh. Shine bright like a diamond. I thought it was sweet, Jane said. You were glad to get diamonds, plural. She goes, I just wanted Sean. You wrote, I wanted diamonds. Objection by the prosecution. Judge says, rephrase it. Prosecutor was like, objection as to form. Judge is like, rephrase it. Ah. So do we have her saying, I want diamonds, Sean? I love diamonds. I want diamonds. Lots and lots of diamonds. She wanted diamonds. We'll see where this goes. Does that mean that she's still requesting more materialistic things? I'm a material girl. I'm a material girl. Jane testified she was upset by pictures of Combs with Young Miami. Pictures of Combs having fun in the Turks and Caicos with rapper Young Miami was a painful experience, Jane testified. Especially in light of all she's done to satisfy him in sexual freak-offs with multiple men. Having to see the aftermath of him being with another woman, it was just too painful, she wrote. She said, oh boy. Garagos, Do you remember telling Paul that you let Sean go too far and it was your fault? Ooh, yes. Do you remember telling Paul that you let Sean go too far and it was your fault? Yes. Garagos. Ooh, Garagos, Your Honor. I think this would be a good place to take a break. Garagos, using the same words that Comey does. Your Honor, I think this will be a good place to take a break. This is the first time the actual defense asked for a break and using the words that Comey normally uses. So they wanted to leave it. All rise. Jurors are out the door. Jurors are out the door. We have a break. But the defense wanted to leave it where, she's saying, she's admitting she let Sean go too far and it was her fault. Interesting testimony thus far. They're trying their best to discredit Jane Doe and say you are a willing participant and you wanted all these things and things were your fault and you received lavish gifts. You were spoiled numerous times. And there was numerous times you met Combs without doing any freak-offs. Where are we going with this? Folks, we are on break. JLR investigates. Break time. I definitely want to hear what's going on here. What's happening? The latest twists and turns in the trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. We've got about 2 more hours of testimony here. We'll hear what's happening. We'll listen in. We'll try to get an idea here. I am obsessed. Just like all of you. I'm also getting pretty sick of Jane. But I want to see what happens. Because you never know if they can catch her up in stuff. This could affect the trial in some way, shape, or form. We don't know. Or maybe even just strike her entire testimony from the record. I think that's the angle. If I could predict now, and they're trying to get her in discrepancies or perjury, we shall see. I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my coffee while we're on break. Get yourself a drink. Stand by. I'll be back in about a minute, and we will continue testimony. United States of America's versus Sean P. Diddy Combs. Be back in 1 minute, folks. Stand by. All right, we go hard in the paint. Y'all are addicted just like me. What's going on? Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming back. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Continue testimony. We are on break. So we're at the 3 o'clock hour. We should be here for another 2 hours. I do want to see, and we'll stay with this as we always do. What's going on outside the courthouse? Does anyone have any idea who showed up for Diddy today beside his mom? Did his children come? Who came? Who came? I'll read the comments a little bit. see what's going on. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:15. So stay tuned for that. Probably a long day tomorrow. I think it's a 8:15 to 5 p.m. day. KK. Everybody say KK. Oh, Harvey Weinstein found guilty. Oh, Harvey Weinstein guilty. Yeah, they've been deliberating for a while. They said there were problems with the jury on that case. All right, great to know. Thank you for sharing. Keep the breaking news, keep coming with the breaking news. So I'm going to do some recaps here and see what's saying what. Voice is feeling much better. How's your voices doing? Use your voice. Speak out. You know anyone that's being trafficked, victimized? Speak out. Use your voice. Break the chains. Whistle blow. Liberation. Defense attorney suggests Combs spent $55,000 in 2023 on the Turks and Caicos trip on March 2nd, 2023. So this is 1 month after her birthday, 1 month after the Valentine's Day. Sean Combs texted Jane apologizing and saying, "I didn't know I was going to lose one of my closest friends over a stupid lie." According to messages discussed in court, in later messages, Combs said he missed Jane and wanted to see her. Jane responded, "I'm open as friends." She balked when he offered to get her a hotel for her, and he responded saying, "You say friends," according to the messages. He then suggested going to the Turks and Caicos, and they start planning for their 2023 trip to that location. Defense attorney Gerard suggested Combs spent $55,000 on that trip. Jane previously testified this was a makeup trip that was meant to reconnect them, and then it ended up featuring a hotel night. Okay, so we got that. Previously, it said Jane said she was hurt after being made to have sex with 3 guys, but texted Combs she loved her birthday. The jury saw messages Jane sent Diddy after her birthday celebration. During the celebration, Jane said she had sex with 3 entertainers and Combs. In the messages, Jane said she loved and appreciated every detail you put into my birthday. Oh, okay. See what I mean? That sounds like you enjoyed the freak offs. I loved and appreciated every day you put into my birthday. Jane testified she was referring to the gifts and the time alone with Combs. She would elaborate on that. The jury revisited other text messages previously introduced by prosecutors exchanged after Jane learned Combs lied to her and took another woman on a birthday vacation to the Turks and Caicos immediately after Combs was with Jane for her own birthday in early February 2023. Jane testified she was hurt after being made to have sex with 3 guys, and it was equally hurtful and emotional for me to see him with another woman on a beautiful vacation. Whereas I'm alone and recovering from having to sleep with 3 men that I didn't want to sleep with, she said. Jane confirmed that after the fallout over how Combs handled his girlfriend's birthdays, they broke up for several weeks. The breakup, maybe. Jane said she would push back on Combs. He said they should break up, but would be blowing up her phone a week later. Rhino pills. Rhino pills, folks. Yeah, we got them up on the Rhino still. We'll just keep them up there, just like we did yesterday with the Michael Jordan. The Michael Jordan. Any comment from Michael Jeffrey Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, or Kobe Bryant about being name dropped as role players in the Diddy case? All right. So as we're on break, just kind of looking through what's being said, who's saying what in these media reports. Maybe additional sketches. Nothing there. Yeah, I think with Jane, I think at this point, possibly we reached a little wall, maybe, where people are just like, yo, she's done. She's done. But can this help Diddy in any way? Again, we don't know what the jury's thinking. I think they're just sick of this witness, but I don't think they have changed their mind over guilt or innocent on Diddy. I think the jurors are all thinking he's guilty already, but are they supposed to think that before they review the evidence at the end? Are any of the jurors going home at night watching JLR investigates of us talking about the case? They tell the jurors, don't view anything on the internet about this case. Don't talk about this case. But do you really think the jurors are not reading things? You know, those jurors are picking up their phones at the end of the day, scouring over the net, and reading about this case. Of course they are. Of course they are. You think there's going to be some really jurors on that juror that's going to sit there and say, I can't pick up my phone and read anything about this case. Of course they are. Of course they are. And, you know, you just Google right now, Diddy. I haven't seen any articles mainstream that has had anything favorable for him at all. I haven't seen anything. Like, oh, yeah, Diddy's going to win this. And I haven't seen anything. All I've been seeing is a bunch of articles that make him look like he's a monster, a bad person, an evil, Dr. Evil. Oh, they're saying Kevin Hart roasts Diddy at BET Awards. BET Awards host Kevin Hart alluded to the music mogul during his opening monologue as he joked about why the show was happening on Monday night. Hart called for no after parties on a work night and said those are where things get slippery at them goddamn after parties. And the crowd started laughing. Kevin Hart said at the BET Awards, no after parties, all right? It's a work night, no after parties. And the crowd started laughing. So there you go. I told you he's going to start being memed up. These comedians all turned on him. Ain't nobody defending Diddy. And what was all this rumor yesterday that Kanye West arrived to the court? Because, like, that was all over the internet. Like, Kanye has arrived. Bianca has arrived. They arrived. They didn't come. I didn't see any photos of them. You would think if Kanye West arrived, one, we would see instant photos of him coming out, probably in a spaceship outfit, spacesuit. He wears some really wild outfits, right? Kanye West. He'd have been seen all over the place. That was the rumor. I think that was just rumor. I don't think Kanye West arrived. Though it wouldn't shock me that he does come. Wouldn't shock me him just coming and just standing out there or something, saying something and walking away. But Kanye doesn't like paparazzi very much. I've seen him go attack paparazzi, so he knows if he's there, the paparazzi will come up in his face. Some people say Kevin Hart is involved. Maybe that's kind of a way to distance yourself to say you're not involved. But, you know, ain't no party like a Diddy party. A lot of people attending Diddy parties. You think Diddy ever told any of these actors or celebrities or anybody that he would have, you know, that he was partying with, that he was involved with this stuff? or encouraged them to join or even showed them, yo, freak offs, that's the thing, bro. Do a freak off. I'm telling you, bro. Like if he's sitting there talking to Busta Rhymes, yo, do a freak off. I'm telling you, man, freak offs. Freak off is the thing. That's the thing, man. Do a freak off. Because something tells me freak offs is probably this thing that gets passed around amongst the underground of celebrities. Ketamine. A lot of ketamine, that kind of like the celebrity underground. Get ketamine. So why not freak offs? People say for sure. They're dropping names. Y'all are dropping names. He bragged about it, right? He's sitting there in the cigar room with his boys, smoking a cigar. The billionaire club, right? What does he call them? The Black Billionaire Club? Some of these rappers. He's saying, yo, this is what I do. Of course, man. You think? Or he's trying to keep this secret from everybody. Secret. This is what I do. What do you do? What do you do for fun? This is what I do. What do you do? Before the mid-afternoon break, defense attorney Garagos asked Jane about an exchange she had with Paul, a personal trainer for Sean Combs, who also joined their freak-off. She asked if Jane remembered admitting that you've allowed too much of, or that you allowed too much and that it's your fault. That's where we left off at. Defense is Wednesday is the second day that Garagos has crossed Jane and the fifth day of testimony for the pivotal government witness. We've been talking 5 days now. Yeah. Jane has been on for 5 days. Are we getting sick of her? The cross-examination is expected to conclude on Thursday. Now, I'm going to be at the edge of my seat when the defense's turn. Magnolia is posting a lot of things about these rhino pills. Rhino pills. The FDA has repeatedly warned that various rhino branded products like Rhino 99, Extreme 90,000, wow, and Rhino 8 Platinum 8. Why are they making all these big numbers? And Rhino 8 Platinum, it's bad for your health. Health sources report rhino pills being sold at gas stations and convenience stores, marketed as natural, but in reality often include undeclared prescription strength erectile drugs. Yeah, so don't be a rhino. We'll go get some rhino stuff. Don't go to gas stations to get rhino pills. It might be bad for your health. Probably makes you go on rhino roid rage. Taking these rhino pills. Yikes. Don't take rhino pills. Not FDA approved like that, right? Or there's just so much warning in these rhino pills. I never even heard of rhino pills. I had to Google it. Rhino pills. Court is still on a break. Rhino pills belong to the same dangerous class of products as the ones Lamar Odom took. They all carry similar risks, unregulated dosing, interactions with nitrates or other drugs, and potential overdose. Yikes. Rhino pills. Get your rhino pills. Nope. Rhino. Running on a rhino. I guess every time there's something crazy coming out on Diddy, we'll meme them up. All right, this break should be ending soon because we're getting close. Now we're an hour and 40 minutes before the 5 o'clock hour. Now, again, as repeated, we could be here between 4 and 5, but we're not going anywhere. We'll stay here through the end and continue this conversation. The case of Sean P. Diddy Combs. United States of America got Sean P. Diddy Combs. That's what we got. That's what we got, folks. Come on in. Sean Diddy Combs. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. Hopefully there's no craziness going on elsewhere today, because I really don't want to cover anything else today. This case is what we're focused on. We will stay with this case. We will be here every day during the course of the trial, through thick and thin, through boredom, through excitement, through craziness. We're not going anywhere. We're committed, 100% committed. Day 20 is 21, right? 21 days. 21 days of testimony, and here we are. Case of Diddy Combs. 21 days of testimony. Any bombshells? You're going to drop a bombshell? Has she dropped a bombshell? I think it's kind of like, okay, cool. I don't think it's like, oh my God, you're a straight up liar and everything like that. We know her role. It's no secret. Everybody knows Jane's role in this. Seems like there's just a romping craziness. Rip Sly Stone. Young Miami. No bombshells today, in my opinion. TDC says. I concur with you. But nevertheless, you never know. You never know. Something could pop up. Like, oh my goodness. Crossing, though, is not the bombshell stuff. The direct is more like the bombshell. Because the prosecution's, getting nukes. And the defense is just kind of like trying their best to clean up the mess. Just talk about the crimes. But, these are lawyers. These are lawyers. These are lawyers like, supposed to be the best lawyers. They're supposed to know what they're doing. Each and every one of these lawyers might walk away with the L when this is done. A paid L, though. Paid. Would you accept $10 million if you could walk away with an L? Of course. Lawyers don't care. Where's Brian Steele, by the way? Like, Steele, I haven't heard much about Steele. I haven't even seen Steele. Is Steele around? Last couple of days, I haven't really heard a peep from Steele. What's Steele doing? Steele's supposed to be the master man, the brains. Mark and Steele. Mark, what about Westmoreland? She did pretty good cross on Bana, as the judge described the Perry Mason moment. Your Perry Mason moment, however, mistrial, denied. Denied. And Diddy might think he'll get his case heard on appeal. Now, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me, though, that when the conviction happens, and I'm saying it's going to happen, he will get some remedy on appeal, that the Second Circuit would kick it back down to the district court and we redo all this next year again, or some parts of this possibly. Yeah, I think that's a big possibility, because these lawyers are going to pick at trial errors and different things and use that. So if that's the case, we will be back. We'll discuss that. Hey, I'll go for Diddy Part 2. The retrial. I'll also go here for whoever the co-defendants are. Sentencing is going to be lit. What about if any of these civil suits start going to trial? And imagine that. Imagine Diddy being sued and some of these cases make it actually to trial. And he has to show up. Imagine that. Imagine Diddy having to show up for civil trials while he's incarcerated. That would suck for him too. You know what? That's equivalent to diesel therapy. Steele is working. Trust that. Why has Ms. Garagos gone in on her and said, you knew you were not a girlfriend, right? You knew you were a willing, paid sex worker, but you wanted more, right? Why did she hone in on that? Is she going to be a little sensitive on the witness here? Don't want to lose the jury? Yeah, CEO's like, I'm done with Jane. Bye, Jane. See you later, Felicia. I wonder if Jane's going to write a book about this now. Profit off this testimony in any way. Go on Good Morning America or NBC Today and break her story for $1 million. Yo, that wouldn't shock me, you know, and that would be appalling if she did. Witness in the Diddy Combs breaks her silence on Good Morning America. Getting paid interview, but in the meantime, she has to be anonymous during this trial. We can't know anything about it. But then she breaks her silence afterward. But they were so adamant to protect her identity during the trial, which she'll probably come out and share. We're back. We're back. All right, let's bring Jane back in. Comey was running a little late, they said. Comey, hey, you're welcome back. All right, let's bring Jane back in. Let's get this last leg over with. Shall we? Cassie was Jackie Star and Jane is crack pile. Crack pipe. Crack pipe. You're my crack pipe. Crack pipes just sounds like just so dirty. Like you're a crack pipe. Smoking that crack. New Jack City. You ever see Pookie in New Jack City? Smoking that crack? Like Pookie before Pookie was gone. Pookie. Well, he referred to Jane as a crack pipe. Smoking that crack at the Carter. Yeah. Crazy. I watch too much movies, folks. Yikes. Too much movies. Too much movies. You call a girl crack pipe. You don't call, he doesn't call her a beautiful flower. You're my blossom. You're my sparkling beauty. You're my everything. No, you're my crack pipe. Okay, I love that name. Just call me crack pipe. Come on, folks. You're going to let your man call you crack pipe? It just sounds dirty. It sounds nasty being called a crack pipe. Crack pipe. But she knows. I'll accept it because it's all about the Benjamins. It's all about the Benjamins. Like, I'll take it. Right? Crack pipe. No girl wants to be called a crack pipe. No man would even want to be called a crack pipe. What about, men like to be flattered by their ladies, and ladies like call them sweetheart and sweetie and everything, honey and everything like that. Come on, man. Crack pipe. She got the crack. He got the pipe. Hi, Jonathan. You all get it. Yeah, most ghetto thing I've ever heard was a crack pipe. I'm just saying, like, it's, come on, man. Diddy. Crazy, man. That's how he's thinking. He has an addiction, Your Honor. That's why. Maybe they'll use that in mitigating at sentencing. Your Honor, he has a terrible drug addiction, because they're going to have to mitigate this. Oh, by the way, like sentencing, his defense, they got to tread lightly, though, because when you go to trial, you can't admit and accept responsibility at sentencing. Your Honor, our client is sorry. They have to kind of thread that needle lightly, because you can't admit that at sentencing, because the judge would be like, yo, you can't say at sentencing, oh, he made a mistake and everything like that. Sometimes what I think will happen here, probably at sentencing, they just say no comment. Preserve everything on appeal. Don't say anything. Because if you're on the stand and you at sentencing and he's convicted and he's sitting there, he can't just say, well, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for what I put everyone through. The judge is going to be like, what? You went to trial? So what is he going to say at sentencing? I was on drugs. Your Honor, he has a drug addiction. Your Honor, we're just going to stand silent to preserve our right to appeal. Plus, especially when that PSI comes and it says life or 360 to life. 360 is a life sentence. Well, I mean, technically, if he did get 30 years, he could get out. He'd be in his early 80s. But his life, I mean, I guess you could still live and have a okay life, I guess, between 80 and 90, I guess. Man, I wish I could stop my time right now. I'd love to live, like, right now, forever. Let's live forever. But all of us, we're not even going to be here one day. It's just so crazy. I want to live forever. All right, so we're waiting for things to get back. Kind of getting we're just chit-chatting. Waiting to see. They're back in. We're just seeing what's being said. So stand by. We learned about gas station rhino erection pills today. Yeah, that's the biggest thing out of all of this today. Gas station rhino pills. That's where we're at. In the meantime, 7 minutes ago, Washington Post says this $15,000 birthday dinner. But what to make of it? Goes on to say, Jane's birthday celebration, which my colleague Ann Brannigan just wrote about, is exactly the type of complex scenario jurors are tasked with judging. Goes on to say, Sean Combs' legal team used the anecdote to paint him as a wealthy man showering his girlfriend with luxurious gifts. $15K for a private dinner with friends, a luxury hotel in Miami, a dinner at Nobu, where a single dumpling costs $10. That's how expensive it is at the Nobu. A dumpling, $10. Whoa. I'd like to have 5 dumplings, please. That's $50. $10 a dumpling. Wow. A dumpling costs $10 at Nobu. Yeah, what is the dinners there? Jane, who was testifying on her pseudonym, described a much bleaker picture. Combs did not show up at her birthday dinner. The trip to Miami was a makeup date. She said Combs strategically picked a hotel with a restaurant attached so he could be whisked away to have sex in freak-offs with minimal risk of public interpretation. So, JLR, get those shorts for storm chasing next year. Yeah, we can't be storm chasing this year, Jonathan. That sucks. We won't be able to storm chase this year. Unless something happens between now and July. We're on our way to Idaho. Pray for my house. Hopefully we don't get a hurricane here this year. Yeah, we'll storm chase in those shorts next year. How about it? Not. I would never wear those type of shorts. I mean, golly. I wear shorts a little bit towards my knees. Not short shorts. I don't think they actually said short shorts, though. He just said shorts. She said shorts. We just like to make humor out of it. Jury enters. All right, let's get this party started. You may proceed. All right. Combs' Garagos. You wrote, all I have in my mind right now is your passionate love making, right? Yes, she said. So we're getting into that time with the diamonds. Let me just recap. They left it where, do you remember telling Paul that you let Sean go too far and it was your fault? Yes. So that's where we left it. Now we're at, you wrote, all I have in my mind right now is your passionate love making, right? Yes. You saw him 2 weeks later and did not have a hotel night. Maybe. And she goes with a maybe. So they're saying to her again, 2 weeks later, you meet Sean, but this time no freak off. And she goes, maybe. And watch Garagos say, well, let me refresh your memory here. You met him and you didn't have a call. We shall see where this goes. Stand by. Crazy stuff. Let's get the flow going again. I'm ready to get this flow going. Get your freak on. All right. I looked the update. CNN, nothing. NBC, nothing. Again, Magnolia puts on the screen. We'll be in Idaho next month. Looks like full blast on that one. Full speed ahead. No trial delay. I don't think so. I don't think so. All right. So what do we got? What do we got? Where are we at? All right. Let's play this voice note. Voices. I believe there's no objection. AUSA said, I don't have it on my list, but if Garagos represents, I have no objection. I won't. Oh, okay. So there's a mutual respect between Comey and Garagos here. They're going to play a voice. But Comey's like giving respect to Garagos, saying, well, I haven't reviewed it, but if you're representing it, I have no objection. I won't. Garagos, give me a minute. I'll move on. Did you ask about hotels or Airbnbs? Yes. All right, we got some Airbnbs. It's the first time we got Airbnb name dropped in the trial. An Airbnb. But before she plays this voice note, she's moving on. She's like, she's going to play a voice. A voice. Her voice. Probably a voicemail message of her voice saying, oh, I enjoyed the freak offs or something. I don't know. But in the meantime, she's like, did you ask about hotels or Airbnbs? Yes. What do we got? What's she going to say? Hotels and Airbnbs. That's where we're at. In the meantime, we are waiting and waiting to see what is said. Crazy stuff in the Sean P. Diddy Combs case so far. All right. And Sean asked, how do you know there ain't cameras in the Airbnb, right? Yes, I wrote they could be covered by security. We'll just saw it's our anniversary and we want to cover them to feel comfortable. Oh, so they're talking about Airbnbs and freak offs. And she is implying to Sean Combs how we can cover the cameras in the Airbnbs to have privacy. So what they're saying is she's saying, oh, I know how to cover the cameras. It's cameras. So what they're saying is, oh, you're saying, Jane Doe, we need to cover the cameras. Here's how you cover the cameras. Because, you know, Airbnb homes have cameras. One risk you take when you do an Airbnb, they're not supposed to film you, but I'm sure some of these people in Airbnbs have cameras up in those rooms. I wouldn't be shocked if hotels have cameras in the rooms that you never know. Especially like, Mom, you get these weirdos, man. There's probably some sick perverts out there legitimately that probably have secret cameras in their house and then advertise as an Airbnb just to watch people. And there might even be sick where people booking the room and they only book for women. I'm serious. There's people that have been arrested for that. So she's concerned about cameras in an Airbnb. That's illegal. Absolutely illegal to film somebody in their bedroom in an Airbnb. Absolutely. But I'm sure people do it. Sick. PSA, always assume there are cameras in an Airbnb. Imagine if that got out. Imagine if they did a freak off in an Airbnb and it was on camera. Combs says, Garagos, what did you write to Sean? Oh, Jane says, you make my child so happy. I love you. And she starts crying. Oh, you make my child so happy. Garagos brought the child in and got her to admit that she said to Diddy, you make my child so happy. Is that implying that Diddy hung around Jane's child? Ooh, someone's going to be mad at that. Someone's going to be mad at that one. Oh, you know it. Oh, wow. Oh, check 50 cents Instagram later. Ooh, that's bad, man. That's bad. That's bad. They wanted her to read something, and apparently Jane told Diddy at one point, you make my child so happy. Like he's playing baby's dad. Like Diddy's giving the child some gifts, hanging out. All this stuff is going freak offs. Ooh, that's bad. She's crying too. She's crying. Now that's bombshell stuff right there. That's some of the drama in this. Garagos is like, take as much time as you need. She's crying. I do remember. She goes, are you ready? Yes. In this, where are you? Hotel night. 3136 sealed. Ooh. Do not tell me that the child was around, man. I hope this does not go that route. But Diddy's playing stepdad. Diddy's coming over to Jane's house with the child there and holding the child. High-fiving the child. Fist pumping the child. Out in the yard playing frisbee with the child. Football. Is that what we got? You make my child so happy. Whoa. What does that mean? I'm asking. What do you mean by that? Now they're showing some sort of 3136 sealed exhibit. What's up with that? I mean, people on Twitter are going lit right now. I'm looking at your comments on the right. I'm also looking on the left, and people are like, whoa. This has gone too far. Leave the child out of this. Notice Garagos didn't say boy like she said before, and Jane wanted to correct her. Said, my child, not boy. Oh, man. That's hard, man. Whoever the baby father is, and you know who that is. Yikes. Hearing that. And she's saying it to him. Whoa. Leave the child out of it, Garagos. Why are you doing this? She's trying to get under her skin. It's a strategy. Garagos. And this is 3152. Is it a message? Oh, she left the child alone at that point. She just wanted to put that in there that if Diddy's such a bad guy, why would you say, you make my child so happy? So, but I think she moved on from that. In this 3152, it is a message after the hotel night, after the hotel night, saying, I love living in the moment with you. It was our little party, rosé, whatever we were saying. Is that a moon emoji? Your Honor, may we approach? Yes. Okay, we got a sidebar. Whoa, something's blowing up here. See, now we're in interesting. Now I'm like, yo, where are we going here? But this is just like crazy. But think about this. If Diddy was such a bad person, the defense used the child and said, why would you say to him, you make my child so happy? If you're such a big, bad, mean guy, and you're forced into these freak-offs and everything like that, it seems like you think Diddy's a good guy around your child. Woo! And we're on a sidebar. We're on a sidebar. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm going to just do, while we're on sidebar, I'm going to put in Diddy 50 Cent in the search on Twitter and see the latest. Only 2 people are talking about that. So people are not catching up on that yet. The people in the comments are, yo, that's crazy, man. So we got a sidebar. I'm sure one of the media outlets will eventually elaborate on this. Probably like, Your Honor, I don't think it's fair for them to bring the child in this. Oh, we got a little up. Okay, so the child's brought into the Washington Post new report. It says, after a short mid-afternoon break, Garagos immediately picked up her cross-examination of Jane by bringing up the informal love contract between her and Sean Combs. This verbal agreement is a key part of the government's sex trafficking case against the embattled media mogul. The couple agreed on a monthly allowance of $10K for Jane, which ended up going towards a Los Angeles home for her and her child. It was revealed during testimony that last week that Combs is still paying the rent of the home. That's all it mentioned. Yeah, the fact that they aren't addressing his abuse is wild. We already know she's a hot mess. I'm 100% concur with that. Thank you for the comment. Because she's just, man, I mean, I've said how I feel about her. You all have your feelings for her. I personally don't have sympathy for her, this victim, witness victim. I personally don't have sympathy. I think she's just stringing everyone along and just a big, hot mess. That's the proper word. Hot mess. Hot mess. 50 going to be quiet because she could sue him for defamation of character. He deleted that stuff. Montrez, that's a great point. He did delete. He dirty deleted. He dirty deleted. Maybe he was like, oh, crap. I could be in big trouble here. Big, big trouble. Now, I don't think he can get in trouble with the courts because we're not bound by any court order, any of us. I mean, if we want to, we're not going to do it. But if we want to, we could plaster her real face right on the screen here. We're not doing it. We never did it. But we can do it. There will be no repercussions because we're not bound by anything. I mean, but we're just not going to do it. But Diddy like putting pictures of her up and everything, but he took it down. But anyone in that courtroom that comes out and does it, they could be subjected to some problems. Violating court orders and stuff. CNN puts out a report. A sidebar because 50 Cent's in the building. Your Honor, can we have a sidebar? We got this guy, this bulging guy, mad, coming into the courtroom here. 50 Cent storming in there. That'd be crazy if 50 shows. You never know what's going to happen. I'm telling you, things could happen. Step Diddy. Whoa. Step Diddy. Step Diddy. That's a new one. Step Diddy. Wow. Jane grows emotional while reading April 2023 text to Combs. Jane grew emotional and paused to wipe her face with tissue when she read a text message she sent to Combs in April 2023, around the time she moved into that rented. Okay, so now we're at the love contract, the rented LA home. April 2023, that's the time frame we're in. Jane read aloud a message that said, the fact that you are the reason for my child's joy is a feeling inside me that I can't explain. Whoa. I'll read that again. She said to Diddy, the fact you are the reason for my child's joy is a feeling inside me that I can't explain. I love you so much as a friend, my lover, my boyfriend, even though you don't like that word, the message reads. Defense attorney Gerard finished reading the text while Jane took a few seconds to compose herself. Whoa. That's vicious. They already know her triggering spot. The child is the triggering spot. She's already shown that, and they just threw it in her face again. But this time around, the love contract. You bring my child joy. That means that Diddy was hanging around with the child. The child must have met Diddy. How many times? Where was the child? Thank you, Jonathan Berry, for the comment. I have so much sympathy for her. She was manipulated by the predator who used her feelings for him against her. The psychological trauma must be immense for her. Thank you. All right, sidebar's over. Sidebar's over. Combs is Garagos. All right, so now I think we jumped away from the child. We're going a little bit now into August of 2023. Jane jumping ahead. DX3171. So I think Garagos was told to knock it off or something because she's like, Jane, jumping ahead. And she specifically said jumping ahead. So I think it's kind of putting Jane at ease here. DX3171. This is a message chain between you and Mr. Combs. August 9th, 2023. Yes. Mr. Combs wrote, movie night off the charts. You say you agree, right? Yes. Combs is Garagos. Then the All-Star night. All-Star night. Canceled by the hurricane, right? Yes. Then you heard Mr. Combs on a podcast in Croatia where he said he had sex on a yacht trip. You said he lied to you. She goes on to say it hurt my feelings. Yacht trip. Croatia. Croatia. All right. So now we're getting into things that Diddy said. She's saying she's hurt because he said on a podcast while he was in Croatia where he said he had sex on a yacht trip. You know the yacht trip. You know what we're talking about on the yacht trip. Right? All-Star night. Canceled by the hurricane. There was a hurricane. What day is that? Where was that hurricane? Let me see. Let me just see. I'm just going to see where this hurricane was at. So we got August 9th, 2023 hurricane. What do we got here? Let's see. Let's see here. Stay with me here. Hurricane Idalia. Looks like that's, yeah. Looks like that. Looks like it's around that time. August 2023. Maybe. Interesting. All right. So, yacht trips. He lied to you. It hurt my feelings. Now, one thing I notice a pattern with Jane is she acts out. She acts out every time she hears or sees Diddy with another woman or hears of Diddy being with another woman. That's when she does something. That's a pattern I've noticed with her throughout this ordeal of being with him. So I think maybe Garagos is about to say you've done something after you found this out. You called Sly, or you called Anton, or you called Paul, or I don't know. We'll see. What happens when Jane's feelings get hurt? She responds by trying to hurt Diddy, trying to get back at Diddy. Where's this going? She has patterns of predictability. Patterns. Or raises a fit so she can get maybe something in return, maybe a gift. She raises a fit, she gets a gift. AKA love bombing. CNN says Jane dabs her eyes as the jury hears texts expressing her love for Combs. Jane confirmed that she helped take care of Sean Diddy Combs in June of 2023 after he had surgery. And they did not have any hotel nights that month. She testified that they had a hotel night in early of 2023. Defense attorney Garagos read aloud a text message Jane sent Combs the day after, which said how much she loved him and spending time with him. Jane appeared to get emotional, was dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Garagos then asked the judge if the lawyers could approach the bench. It was Garagos that wanted to approach the bench. All right, why was your feelings hurt? Well, she loved him. But what do you do about it when your feelings are hurt? That's what we're getting into now. What does Jane normally do once her feelings get hurt? We shall see. What's going to happen here? Looking at Washington Post, no new update. 1 minute ago, it says, and here's this yacht trip. Here you go. Young Miami, the 12 million super yacht. This is what made Jane upset. Jane feels she's the one with Diddy. Diddy's out there publicly putting his photo out there with Young Miami. All this right here. This is what's being discussed. This is what Jane gets. I think this is the trip. Because it's been followed by multiple trips on the yacht. All right, so I'm assuming it's with Young Miami. Young Miami has also been brought up numerous times. So going back to this report, Jane becomes emotional in court after Diddy messages. This is NBC, so they're catching up too. Jane cried in court after discussing how Diddy was a blessing to her in a text message exchange. "You are truly a blessing in my life. I have never had a man take care of me like you do," Jane wrote to Diddy a day after one of their hotel nights. "You're the reason for my child's joy. It means the world to us. I love you, baby." Jane also wrote she'll always be by Combs' side. "You are my lover, my partner, my boyfriend." Jane began crying in front of the jury. She's cried numerous times on direct. That's not unusual. She's cried numerous times when Comey was speaking to her. All right, so we're still on this feelings hurt, but nothing new is coming out of this. So waiting to see. We're approaching 4 p.m. Young Miami, public girlfriend. She's already testified she does not like Diddy with Young Miami at all. Nope. No way, no shape, no form. She don't want Diddy with Young Miami. She wants Diddy all for herself. She wants to be the one. We're still stuck on this, so stand by. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Now, she's going to be on tomorrow, probably through the morning before she gets a redirect. Right? We shall see. My feelings were hurt. Okay, your feelings are hurt. But again, why aren't we going at the crimes? Why aren't we attacking the crimes? Why are we getting into feelings? Who cares if her feelings were hurt when it comes to this right now? Because it's not about the feelings. It's about the crime. It really is not about her feelings. Her feelings. I do think it's about Cassie's feelings. But her feelings. But some people, I don't know. I have my own opinions about Jane. I do have a, soft spot for anyone. I mean, no one should be subjected to this. But, man. And, with Jane's circumstance, it just, to me, it's like, Jane. It's all over the map here. Or as we heard in the comment, hot mess. I like to use that, a hot mess. She's just a hot mess. A hot mess. No new updates. Where we at? No new updates. CNN. What's being said? Inner City Press. We haven't heard nothing in the last 10 minutes. Anywhere. What's up? What's being said here? Jane dabs her eye as George. So she's crying. She's crying. She's dabbing her eyes with a tissue. They might be back up on the bench, or they might be back up on the sidebar. Possibly. Jane's getting very, very emotional here. Now, as the defense, Garagos was like, take your time. So she's giving her that grace, even though she switched sides. She switched teams. She was originally, as Garagos said, we met with you before you joined the other team. He's still giving her grace. Take your time. I think that's a lot of virtual signaling for the jury. The defense is like, go in for the kill. Go in for the kill. Get her. Get her. Go in. Get her. Got her. Got her right where you want her. Get her. But they have to kind of like play it where, they are sympathetic towards her feelings, right? Because you don't want to make the jury think certain things, that you're bullying her, victim shaming her, attacking her character right to her face when she's went through these things. This was a 3.5-year relationship. Looks like we are in the August of 2023 phase. Remember, she's had a freak off with Diddy. She testified all the way through August of 2024. So we have probably one more year of things to go through. It seems like as she's going with things with her, they keep going down the timeline. And it goes more and more closer to where we're at now. Nothing bombshell, though, except, the child mentioned, but nothing to discredit her in a sense. Just you're with it, but that's not. I just don't find it like, as a juror, and I'm watching this, and I'm watching what's testified and listening, I'm just like, okay, so crimes have been committed. That's where I'm at a jury. So you're gonna have to really try to change my mind to say that Diddy is not involved here in crimes, because I'm not seeing it here. All I'm seeing is just drama, hot mess drama, and flinging back and forth, and just craziness. Okay, so she tried to get some free calls for him. to satisfy him on her own initiative. But we've heard a lot of other ones that he wanted and forced her to do. The one that sticks out the most, like I've been repeating, is the one where he beat her at her home that he pays for, apparently that she's still living in, and then made her have sexual stuff with Anton after the beating. Still in this feelings. All up in my feelings, right? They listening to Drake? In my feelings? In my feelings? Is that what we got a Drake song spinning right now? In my feelings? Hey, Diddy, I heard you like them young. You better not go to cell block number 1. And the feds. Yo, Diddy, I heard you like them young. According to Jane Doe. Yo, Diddy, I heard you like them young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Where we at? We're like, I'm still waiting. In the meantime, I'm just scouring over these reports, and there's nothing really new to report. We're at like a stalemate here. We'll know a little bit in a bit. A minute or two, we'll get something. We'll get something in a minute or two. Something new. It hurt my feelings. That's where we ended. Unbelievable. If media outlets want to separate themselves from the rest, they should put out a report right now to steal someone's attention. And where's she going internationally when she's done here? If she's from LA, is she jumping? Is she leaving? Is she going to France? Is she going to Paris? She's catching an international flight. All right, here we go. Combs' Garagos. You propose Zero Bond or Casa Caprini. Are these two private clubs in New York? Yes. But you ended up going to a lounge, right? Yes. And after you rejected the entertainer for lack of chemistry, you called Cabral. Yes. So we're getting into that New York freak off. Remember they had a freak off in New York? I believe they brought Cabral to go to the Trump Hotel. Because I remember I heard the name Casa Caprini. You proposed Zero Bond. So again, they're getting her into saying that, in reference to this freak off. Isn't that the time where she went there and she was on a plane, she was on her way, and then Diddy just tricked her in the middle of being on a plane. He said, no, by the way, we're having a freak off. There is a hotel in New York called Zero Bond Street. It looks like a nice hotel. Oh, wow. You ever see the pictures of Zero Bond? Garagos. And you said that you were high that night and felt freer. And you let Cabral do things you usually didn't do. Yes. And you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you so much. I did. All right. So isn't this the time where she said she got tricked into coming to New York to hopscotch, eventually to go internationally with Combs, only for Combs to do a freak off in a hotel with Cabral? If that was so bad, then why are you saying to Mr. Combs, I love you so much? Right? It's supposed to be torture for her, right? So they're just getting her in each of these freak-offs that she's involved with. They're honing in on a lot of them where they're saying, you're saying afterward or during the course of it that you love Diddy. You're not saying anything in text like you have a problem with it. But she's testified numerous times. She's had problems. They're like cherry picking. They're cherry picking these things. CNN says 1 minute ago, Jane explains why she gave a thumbs up to Combs' text about hiring an entertainer. Defense attorney Garagos is revisiting the time when Jane said she flew to New York in August of 2023 to see Combs, which Jane testified about on direct examination. The jury saw some text between Combs and Jane where she expressed her anger over Combs' recent podcast interview. In the interview, Combs talked about 48 hours of sex with another woman. Jane threatened not to go to New York, but after some convincing from Combs, she went under the impression that they wouldn't have a hotel night. When she was midair flying to New York, Combs sent her a link to an entertainer he wanted to hire once she got there. Jane sent a thumbs up. So that goes a little bit contrary to what she testified. To a link for the online profile for the entertainer. So she responds with the thumbs up emoji. You ever see the thumbs up? She could have went like this. Boo. No, you were supposed to go out with me. Boo. Nope. Thumbs up. All right. Thumbs up. Jane testified that she was just confirming she saw the text. So she's confirming that the thumbs up didn't mean, hey, I'm with it. I'm just giving you thumbs up. Roger that. She said thumbs up could be a little sarcastic. She got a point, though. Just because you send someone a thumbs up doesn't mean you're with it. It could just mean, confirm, I understand what you're saying. I get it. Thumbs up. Roger that. Roger that. Roger Bonds. Roger that. Washington Post is 30 minutes behind their coverage here. Still on the Diddy's emotional messages on the last reports. All right, so we're in this New York trip, August of 2023. Okay, so she wanted Cabral. She's already said that she wanted Cabral. She's familiar with Cabral. He wanted another entertainer, a New York guy. Maybe it was the Punisher. Have we ever considered that maybe, well, I don't think the Punisher would have been around doing things with Diddy years later after Cassie. But who knows? Diddy was talking about an entertainer, and she's like, nah, I want the Punisher. Or I'm sorry, I want Sly. Where is the Punisher at this point? Has he ever come back into the mix? I don't think so. I wonder if Diddy was considering the Punisher. Punisher. Less than 1 minute ago, CNN reports. Oh, we already reported that. But they go on to say, Jane previously testified that she and Combs had a hotel night during that New York trip. I just saw a message Jane sent to Combs in the days after the trip. I actually want to apologize for the list of things I was saying were making me unhappy, she wrote in the message. adding there was even a longer list of sweet things he did for her. What are the sweet things? This suspense, the edge of our seat. I want to know what's up. Jane is like a bitter competition with Young Miami during these days. Isn't it true that Miami also got paid monthly for free calls? And she said she loved them? What do you think? Yeah, she's competing. Again, making the band, competing, a competition. She thinks there's a competition between her and Young Miami. Win the heart. Who can win his heart? Who can win? It's like the Bachelorette and the Bachelor, right? A competing. That's all it's about. It's competing for Diddy. It's a race. It's like two people racing for it. It's the last two people before the Bachelor makes his pick. Right? You got Young Miami here and you got Jane Doe. Who's Diddy going to pick? Well, Jane's like, yo, he's out there with Young Miami. Combs as Gary goes, you spoke about the sobriety party. You resented him for it, right? Yes. You wanted to break up with him after you saw him with Gina. She goes, there were so many times I wanted to break up with him. So she's saying not just when she saw him with Gina, but there was many other times. Just a love quarrel. What a big mess. Same questions over and over, Gara goes. Come on. Go hard in the paint. Show me what you got. What are you doing here? Like, okay, she wanted to break up with him after seeing him with Gina. Cool. How is this going to defend him against RICO charges, sex trafficking? What are you doing here? Consensual, that all it is? Mad, bitterness, resentment, revenge because Diddy's with other girls. We're just going down this is almost like a divorce. We're like, right now we're in like, literally, it's not a RICO trial. According to the defense, it's just divorce. Divorce court or motion for restraining order type of talk, right? That's where we're at right now, literally, like just flinging text and love and all this stuff. That's where we're at. But, you know, they have the right to cross. Stalling at the best, too. Could be stalling. We're at 420. Supposed to go to 5. It definitely could be a stalling tactic with what we got here. It's a competition. It's a race between you and Young Miami. Okay, cool. No new updates by the Washington Post. Come on, we want the goods. Spill the tea. So sadistic. know, right? We're putting comments up while we're waiting for this slow testimony. We slowed down. We slowed down here. It's not over, but we slowed down significantly. We slowed down significantly here. Sobriety party. Okay, so what? Gina, the breakup. So what? This cross feels like a waste of time. Put comments up. Meantime, I'm keep refreshing screens. She is continuing the show. She's a willing participant. Young Miami has her own money. She's a millionaire. How much is she worth? What's her net worth? She thought she was better than Young Miami. And that was her whole problem. She thought she was better than all these other women, when in actuality, most of the others had careers. Because she didn't really have much of a career, did she? This is it. This is her opportunity for Jane Doe because, okay, she's a social media influencer. Is that a really career? You can't cheat on someone that you're not exclusive with, period. Oh, great point, Trina. It's a great point. I mean, Diddy has told her that he was like in an open relationship. And the man of love, like he thinks he's like some sort of Greek god with all these goddesses around him. And everyone has a role in this empire. Garagos, you were in an Equinox parking lot and you tried to break up with him, right? Yes. Let's play the auto recording. Sean Combs' voice. Yo, we were both tripping. Jane's voice. We need to pick up each other. They're playing voices. Some sort of audio tape. Okay, cool. They're playing an audio tape. We're in the breakup mode, by the way. Breakup. You were in an Equinox parking lot. In a parking lot in an Equinox? And you try to break up with him, right? Yes. Let's play the audio recording. All right, so the breakup is here. Or the pause in the breakup. But that's not, the breakup doesn't happen. They only had a pause after Cassie's lawsuit. So this is a short-lived any breakup. There is no breakup. Because the only thing that they really separated it was the pause from November of 2023 from Cassie's lawsuit to February 2024. We are in that New York trip right now. In New York. New York, New York. Start spreading the news. Diddy's going to lose. Da, 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 da. New York, New York. Diddy's going to lose. Start spreading the news. New York, New York. It's like when he's found guilty. It's like when Diddy's found guilty, there's going to be fireworks all up in the sky in New York City like it's New Year's. And everyone's going to be like, start spreading the news. Diddy lose? Like it's a celebration. Fireworks. Big celebration. All right, so they're playing a voice. They're playing a voice. That's what we're at. We're on this voice. They're playing a voice. Playing a voice. Can't give you any more information until they report what's going on. In the meantime, I just keep refreshing screens. I swear, it's like the media went home. Like the media went home. Everyone went home for the day. 425. Okay. Well, no update. Is Diddy not going to let her break up with him? He's going to con her, bamboozle her, give her more stuff. I think she's received a lot of stuff here that she did not previously testify that the defense said that she has received in the course of this love contract agreement arrangement between them. She's received a lot. Hotel nights put Combs at peace, Jane says when asked. Yeah, because you're in a competition, Jane. Because if you don't do the freak offs, Diddy's just going to leave you in the dust. In October 2023, Jane and Sean Diddy Combs were arguing over Combs spending time with one of his other girlfriends, Gina, who Jane said brought drama. Jane testified that Combs and Gina had a lot of public problems, causing Combs to bring negativity into his relationship with Jane. Carried it over and took it out on Jane. Is that what we got going on? Leads into the next relationship. Yep. It appears to be. A lot of problems. More money, more problems. More relationship, more problems. No entertainers that night. We're back in New York City. Right. But it was after that video in Cassie's lawsuit. But it was after that the video in Cassie's lawsuit was made public. Yes. Before that, would Mr. Combs write Cassie love letters while with you? I'm not sure. Oh, I remember. What? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Before the lawsuit, Garagos said, before that, would Mr. Combs write Cassie love letters while with you? She goes, I'm not sure. Oh, I remember. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Why would that even be brought up? I thought Cassie was gone at that point. What's going on here? Love letters. Mr. Combs write love letters while with you. I'm not sure. Oh, I remember. We might have some other bombshell stuff ready to drop. This is becoming a circus. He was writing Cassie love letters in 2023. And she just said, I remember. That's the first time Cassie's gone at 218. So how are we in, before Cassie's lawsuit, how are we in love letters? Adjourned. Looks like court is over for the day. And they left it at that. Seriously, folks, court is adjourned. I think, according to the Inner City Press, they're saying court is adjourned, but they left it at, she remembers. See, I told you, it's crafty. The way you want to win the jury is leave some bombshell stuff before you end the day, either side. And the defense just left by saying, Jane saying that Diddy was writing Cassie love letters in 2023? What? It says adjourned. We are adjourned, ladies and gentlemen, it appears. So we're not going to the 5 o'clock hour. So we'll try to get a recap of what is actually being said, what has been said. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. I don't understand, but here CNN put out a report, says Jane says she resents Combs for knowing how I wouldn't say no to him. Defense attorney Garagos returned to the sobriety party Jane previously testified about. Earlier during her testimony, Jane described the party, saying it was one of the 2 times she tried not to use drugs during a hotel night with Sean Diddy Combs. Garagos asked if Jane had agreed to that night. Unfortunately, yes, Jane responded. Garagos pointed out that Jane had unfortunately, but she had agreed to that night. You regret now that you agreed to it. Is that fair? Garagos asked. She goes on to say, I resent him for knowing how much I loved him and how I couldn't say no to him, Jane said. Garagos asked her a few more times about regret, with Jane responding each time that she resented Combs. And you regret it, right? Goes on to say, I believe resent and regret lie in the same feelings. So what in the heck's happening here? What in the heck just happened here? Was Diddy writing Cassie love letters in 2023 after the breakup in 2018? And did she just admit to that? So there was communication here? Are they trying to sneak in that? Are they going to say that Cassie wrote love letters back? I don't know where this is going. But they left it for the day on that note. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. And she's aware that Diddy was writing. See, because that can kind of like undercut, if she confirms that, it kind of like undercuts a little bit Cassie's testimony. They're bringing Cassie into the mix. This is 5 years after they're done. What's these love letters about? Washington Post put, shortly after a New York 2023 trip that included a freak-off, Jane apologized to Sean Combs via text for getting upset with him. Jane had previously testified she believed it would be a romantic trip. Instead, it was centered around a hotel night, causing her to tell the producer she was done with the sex sessions with male escorts. Jane ended up getting COVID from the encounter. And Combs went to Howard Homecoming in Washington shortly after. She caught COVID. I love making you happy. This is after the free call. And she also had COVID. She got COVID. Whoa. Freak off, and then she got COVID. Yikes. Remember, folks, if you're going to have sex, make sure you wear a mask. Wow. No one can ever compare to you after the free call. Jane's demeanor on the stand has changed markedly since Tuesday, when she was occasionally defiant. She has cast her eyes downward and at times spoken barely above a whisper. So they're saying even her demeanor has changed today than before. They're breaking her down. They used the kid on her, but she's also became very emotional here. So this is interesting. It's still, I don't feel nothing of this. Oh, okay, we got some stuff here. We got another person that's going to be testifying. Ooh, okay. We got a hint of who is coming next to testify after Jane. The judge, jury's gone. Jury's has been dismissed. I understand, the judge says, I understand, Mr. Garagos, will finish tomorrow morning. Who will be the next government witness? The AUSA says 3 names. Andre Lamaze, spelling might be wrong, L-A-M-A-Z. Who's Andre Lamaze? Jonathan Perez. Jonathan Perez, is he the assistant? Jonathan Perez, Andre Lamaze, then our first summary witness, Miss Sankar. When will you rest? Next Friday. Okay, so we got an idea. The assistant, Jonathan. Jonathan Perez is the assistant, isn't he? He's the one that went there with the bag, with the money. He went to he went with the money to the apartment, or I'm sorry, the home, Jane's home. He's the assistant. Then we have our first summary witness, Miss Sankar. Andre Lamaze. Who the heck is Andre Lamaze? Spelling. Yo, the prosecution said they're resting next week. So Jane is done tomorrow. There'll be 3 additional people probably this week. There'll be more next Friday or possibly Wednesday. So we're going into another week. So what is 11th? Friday's the 14th. Or Saturday's the 14th, Sunday the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. 18th to the 20th, the prosecution rests. Which means the defense, the prosecution's like, yo, we thought the trial was going to end at the end of June, but the defense is going to have at least 2 weeks. When Mark says that this case is going to butt into 4th of July, it has to be, because what is the defense going to rest in 1 week? You have a week and a half. Prosecutor presents a case for 6 weeks, and the defense is only going to go for a week and a half. No, this thing's going into July. We're in for the long haul, folks. At least into the first week of July. Unless the defense doesn't bring anybody, which is a very strong possibility too. Cassie has testified that they maintained constant contact after the romantic relationship ended in 2018, demonstrating an ongoing connection that the defense scrutinized. Ooh, this is getting interesting. I'll have to add new names in the description of this video because there's new names coming up. I got to look into Jonathan Perez and Miss Sankar. The judge says to Attorney Mark, we'll know more when they tell us which witnesses they are cutting. I think we are still on schedule. We want 262 material as soon as we rest. Yes. AUSA. We think they have opened the door to Jane's prior consistent statements. Her notes before November 2024, when she got immunity for her grand jury testimony. Combs is Driscoll. They are not prior consistent statements. We think they have opened the door to Jane's prior consistent statements. We'll have to figure out what this all means. They're discussing matters. Mark saying, I think we are still on schedule. Wow. All right. So let me get some updates here. We're not done yet. We're going to just see what's going on. Let me see if there's any video outside of the courthouse while we watch Mama Combs, Mommy, as Diddy calls her, Mommy, coming back out. Let me see if there's a feed up. Might not be. But, man, that's crazy, man. But no KK mentioned yet. KK not mentioned in this at all. So we got that. We're going to get summary updates on a little bit shortly. All right, so it does say, CNN, the jury has been dismissed for the day after Jane and the jury left the courtroom. The defense attorney Gerard said she'll complete her cross-examination tomorrow morning. Good. I'm ready for the next ones. Prosecutor Comey said 2 more witnesses are expected to testify after Jane, and their testimony should take most of Thursday. A summary witness will also testify. Comey said the prosecution needs to regroup and sort out travel logistics for witnesses beyond those 3 more witnesses. Comey has also said the government is expecting to cut more witnesses from the list and is now on track to rest its case as early as next Wednesday or Friday. Another video that was played in court that has now come out. Jury sees video of Combs and Jane laughing at his home. And this was in a video. Jane confirmed that she felt depressed after the sobriety party with Sean Combs and tried to break up with him. She confirmed that Combs told her that he too was feeling depressed. She testified that she then went to his home and spent the night. The jury saw a video of the 2 of them from that night at his home. Video that included both of them laughing. I was in a dark hole and you came here to save me, and I appreciate that. Combs said at one point in this video, you did some saving on me that I didn't even know, Jane said. Remember, Jane has previously testified the following about this October 2023 sobriety party at the hotel in Beverly Hills, California. She said that they wanted Combs to get sober around this time, and he agreed to stop taking substances for 30 days, but wanted to have one last sobriety party first. This party was a hotel night that lasted 12 to 18 hours, she testified last week. She didn't take any drugs, but Combs took ecstasy and cocaine. Thank you, Goldie. And we're putting comments on the board here. I'm still trying to decipher through this. So tapes are being played of them being happy. Jane asked about sobriety party freak-off. This is the Washington Post report. Defense attorney Garagos asked Jane to explain her feelings surrounding a sobriety party freak-off. Jane has testified that she was often under the influence of drugs during sex parties, but on one occasion she stayed sober because she hoped to encourage Combs to do the same. They called it a sobriety party. Garagos likely hoped to highlight the fact that Jane had been sober on at least one of these occasions, but she glided over certain details, including that Jane previously testified that sleeping with 3 men while sober caused her to vomit, which he said. Combs pressured her to return after throwing up. She had previously said, I resent him for all of it, Jane said on the stand this afternoon. I believe resent and regret lie in the same feelings. Very interesting. Now, I want to know where they left off about these love letters, but apparently they maintain communication. Summary witness. Summary witness, which the prosecutor said, and we pinned the comment before. Summary witness in legal context, particularly in federal tax cases, is a witness who presents summary or volume evidence, often in form of a chart or diagram. These witnesses, often IRS agents or forensic accountants. So that might be a clue of who a summary witness is, on what's going on with a summary witness. Charts, graphs. Miss Sankar. Let me just fish around here for a minute for Sankar and see what we got on Sankar. Sankar, A-U-S-A. Now, I won't be able to find who this individual is. It is a female. So that's what we got here. I'm doing a preliminary. I'm doing one look. See what else we got. No footage from outside the courtroom that I've seen. Maybe everyone took it off today because of a late day. Possibly. I keep seeing here what's happening. But yeah. Yeah, Fox News has their play-by-play. We have a feed from outside the courtroom or outside the courthouse. I could put this on. We'll see the family come out. See who comes out. There is a feed up. I'm going to breeze through it, see if any of the family have. All right, so they brought the break. They put the feed back up outside, I guess, for the family to leave if it's just his mom. No indication about whether the boys arrived. His female children have not. I don't think we'll ever see them again. At all. I don't think the females are coming back. I really don't. I don't think they're coming back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I don't think they come back. We shall see. Come on in, JLR Investigates. All right, so we got the feed outside the courtroom. We'll drop the rhino. Or well, they'll just keep it here, I guess, until somebody comes out. Let's just see mom come out, see if mom has any comment or anything like that. We kind of like do that. She should leave. This feed just came up 3 minutes ago. So they like to set it up when they see the people exit the building. And here we are. In the meantime, I'm just going to go around and look. I just want to see Mama Combs leave. You never know what she has to say, if at all. Defense aims to portray relationship with Jane as loving. Defense attorney Geragos played a video of Jane and Sean Combs from October 2023 in which the two professed deep love for each other. This was during a period when Jane was deeply depressed over the state of her relationship with Combs. She had testified earlier. The video began with Combs making loud kissing sounds. Only jurors are being permitted to view the evidence related to Jane per court order. Everyone else just hears audio. We were both tripping. Combs says, I was in a dark hole. You came over and saved me. You did some saving on me, and I didn't even know. Jane responds. That's about this audio that has been played today. Clarifying the comment on the stand, Jane said she was referring to his kind words at the time. Geragos noted that Jane spent the time at Combs' place without any entertainers. So we got that. We have that. So that's interesting. Yeah, let's just see if Mama Combs comes out, has anything to say. I'm not ready to quit yet. People start piling out. We're almost at the 5 o'clock hour. Mama wants to go home. Who's going to leave with Mom? Somebody said his sister's there too. Keisha. His sister. And I appreciate y'all spending time with us while we cover this case. We are very tremendously grateful for every one of you in the chat. We're like a big fam. And it's interesting. And, you know, there will be lulls, ups and downs in this. Some boring, some not. Personally, I'm done with Jane. I want to move on from Jane. I want to hear the others. We've already understand what Jane's about. I mean, if the defense is saying that, listen to this. Here's another case in point. All this time, we know Jane's role. We know Jane's role in this. That's not shocking. That's not surprising. This is not bombshell stuff that the defense is doing on Cross. They're not getting her on anything. So they have up till tomorrow morning. They're done with her tomorrow. So they only got a couple more hours. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to bring anything here that shocks the case. They're just not. They're just not. So we're like wasting a time here. I'm like ready for the next people. Who's coming out? All right, people are starting to pile out of the courtroom here. They'll keep coming out. Plus, there's other matters in there. The court ends at 5. They let everyone out. Everyone has to exit the building. So I'm ready for the next one. I've already made up my mind. This does not give any brownie points on court on Diddy's defense in any way. It's dumb. Dumb. And Jor's going to see through this nonsense. It's a game. They're trying to sidetrack us. All consensual, therefore it's not RICO, it's not sex trafficking, it's not engaging in prostitution. Is that what they want us to think? Oh, here comes the marshal. Oh, somebody left. This is live outside the courthouse. People leaving. Come on out. We'll see if we see any familiar faces. I'm not bored with this at all. I mean, this is the most wildest thing I've ever heard of. And again, I've never seen anything like this. And I don't think we might not ever see nothing like this, but this can also set precedent where Jay-Z's next. The track record of how the Jay-Z civil litigation's going and how his case makes me think that Jay-Z has a lot of problems, 99 problems moving forward. If you got precedent here, who knows? We could be seeing all types of RICO indictments in reference to celebrities, rappers, hip-hop stars, rock stars. You think rock stars don't participate in freak-offs? What about those, rock bands? What do you think those rock band people do behind the scene that we don't know? Huh. Rock stars. What do you think they're doing? Yeah. And again, maybe these people need to cut it out, change their ways, because it's going to catch up to you. And you don't want to get hit up with the RICO. You don't. Here's everyone leaving. Hey, it's thundering here. It's thundering where I'm at. Temperature out there, it's probably warm out there now, right? 83. Oh, it's a perfect weather. 83 and sunny in New York right now. 83 and sunny. And nobody else is giving any more updates. I think the media's same way we are. We're like ready for the next one. We're ready. Come out. Welcome out. Who coming out? Trial spectators. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think about today's testimony? And thank you for people that are tagging me on Twitter X, giving me information, tagging me to certain backstories on some of these witnesses. I appreciate all of you. I get a lot of tags. Tips are at JLR Investigates, at JLR Investigates. We're on Twitter. I keep getting tagged, so probably people in this chat go on to Twitter and share the information, or when we ask questions, y'all deliver. When we ask the questions, y'all deliver. Thank you. And for me, learning new stuff as we go. I don't know all this whole backstory on Diddy, all like that. I'm learning as I go. What is Mark saying? Hold on, I got something here. One thing Combs is Mark has said, one additional thing he said, we're talking about this witness was never going to be charged as a co-conspirator. Says, how about the Mann Act charge? Mark says the government told half the story. I'll look at that tomorrow. The Mann Act is a federal law that makes it a crime to transport someone across state lines for the purpose of prostitution.
Got him.
Who's that? The Mann Act is a federal law that makes it a crime to transport someone across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, sexual activity, or a moral purpose. The Mann Act. What's going on here? Judge asked, Mann Act? How about Mann Act charges? Everyone's lining up for that money shot. Oh, and the marshals are out, so the family should be out any minute. Looks like everyone is lining up, which is an indication that his mom is going to be stepping out, and whoever's with her. We shall see. JLR, the Mann Act. The Mann Act. Will we see KK? Prosecutor says they have to maybe cut their witness list and also redo. Oh, Garagos. Look, Mark Garagos. Look, hey, say something. Say something, Mark. Hey, Mark. Mark Garagos in the house. Attorney Mark Garagos. Look, they're all filming him. Hey, Mark.
You got the full board hanging out tonight, market. It doesn't fall, sir. Ain't nobody even there.
You're all coming out. Please, that's CKK, Shelly says. I know, Shelly. Bring her in. Bring the star, Sammy the Bull Gravano, in. We want KK on the stand. So Garagos is in town. Where's Diddy's mom? Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Tony's Place. We're not even touching that case. That case is crazy. I already shared my feelings towards that case. I stand by that. Court TV loves JLR. Yeah, I've been on Court TV quite a few times. They brought me on. They request me coming on sometimes. Sometimes we decline. Because we've had scheduling stuff. Me and Magnolia be on the road. Yeah, Court TV has asked us to come on numerous times. We've been on numerous times. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, MKO. And thank you for your comments. Thank you all. Folks, I just want to see Combs's mom, see if she has anything to say, how she's acting, you know, and that's why I'm here. There's nothing else really to report on about this case. Plus my voice is shot, so I'm kind of just like taking it easy now. Yeah, Nancy Grace is our we're friends with Nancy Grace. We know her quite well. Every time we go to we've been to a few places where we've interacted with Nancy Grace, talked to her a little bit. She's quite familiar with us, and we're quite familiar with her. She'll probably be up in Idaho when we're in Idaho. But with this, you know, like I want to cover Luigi Mangione. I'm getting off topic a little bit and just talking about other things, but Luigi Mangione is going to be tried in federal courthouse too, and it's going to be the same thing. I'm curious about that case and the details and everything like that. He's 100% guilty. But that'll be an interesting case to cover too. So that's probably something we'll do to Luigi Mangione. Yeah, Nancy is not showing Diddy any mercy. You know, Nancy goes hard on the criminals. I mean, she's been doing this before YouTube. Nancy's been going hard on her TV show on all criminals, right? You know, one of the things with me is, you know, there's people out there that don't like my style of reporting or say, well, you're a criminal, JLR. Why do you're a hypocrite, you're a criminal and all that. I'm just saying, as a former criminal, I can call out the criminals and identify criminals pretty quickly. As a former criminal and a former scammer, I can see the scams right before my eyes and see when there's a scam going on, and I'll call it out, because that's behaviors that I do not want to be involved with anymore. I want to, you know, that's a past chapter in my life. And, you know, I'm 100% pro victims. I am. And holding people accountable. I'll tell you what we like a lot, though, when we're on the road, we interact with police a lot, like local law enforcement, when we do true crime cases. And you'd be shocked how many law enforcement officers come up and shake my hand and watch the channel and talk and say, hey, how are you and everything like that. You know, no, police watch. A lot of police watch this channel. Law enforcement families watch the channel. I think that's pretty cool. But we're not shy either to call out corrupt cops either. And we have corrupt officers, corrupt correctional officers. We do call that out too. We call it out. We call balls and strikes. If something's wrong, we'll call it out. All right, here we go. What do we got? What do we got? Family? Who we got? Here we go. Here they come. Family. Christian. The three boys. They seem a little optimistic here. They're in good spirits. She waved. They're saying, God bless you. God bless you.
Have a good one, y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
Trying to be nice to them for that exclusive. They want exclusives. Try to be nice. So, I mean, Diddy has some supporters out there, or at least support the family.
They can still see it. They can still see it. See y'all tomorrow.
Call me. Call me. So parents, mom, three boys. Leave it. All right. Well, whoop. All right, I'm gonna blow myself up here. Final words. Ladies and gentlemen, day 21 is complete of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for spending the afternoon with us. You could be anywhere in the world and you're with JLR Investigates, Magnolia Investigates. We're the big fam watching the P. Diddy Combs trial in real time. See what happens tomorrow. And the trial continues. Interesting day. And we'll stay with it. So we'll be back tomorrow, back 8:15, regular scheduled programming, and see you tomorrow. Very grateful for all of you, and y'all be easy out there, be safe, and every moment counts, right? Every moment counts. So I appreciate all of you. Till next time, JLR Investigates. See you tomorrow, 8:15. Have a good night.